Hello, this is Abhishek from Washington. I'm checking my audio. If somebody could confirm that you can hear me and see me as well. Thank you.
Hi, Abhishek. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me back? This is Gaurav.
Yes,
from
loud
India.
and clear. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, good morning. This is Mudassir Rizvi here from Muscat, Oman.
Hi, this is Roshan here.
Good morning.
Hi, Abhishek. Good morning. Hi, Sasi. Good morning. Hi, Bill.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
How are you doing today?
Oh, things could be a lot worse, my friend.
How are things over there in Switzerland?
You know, I think things are good here. You know, we've flattened the curve. We have we're down to, I think yesterday was 2 or 3 infections and no deaths. So
That's
we're almost out. We're almost out of the tunnel.
That's good to hear.
As
Dr.
long as-
Abhishek, how are you guys doing today over there in Washington?
Well, I don't know if I have good news to share. The cases are spiking again, as you know. As some of you may know, some of the states in the United States had opted for a series of relaxations over the last couple of weeks, and we are seeing, hopefully, it's not just because of that, it is also because of improved testing, but we are registering a spike in the number of cases that are being reported. So it's still quite serious and worrisome, and I'm sure media coverage is keeping everyone apprised.
Yes, yes. I think India is also doing well, but in last week or so, cases are spiking up. So let's see. That's the second or third phase. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Stephen. How are you doing today?
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
So how are things over there?
Good morning, Stephen.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. Because can you see my screen? Because later I show some presentation of my company.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
It's okay?
Yes. Yes, Tatra, we can see a screen.
Yeah, later maybe I show something. Yeah, because this cannot share a screen. Okay, thank you everyone.
Thank you, yeah. So we'll wait for a couple more minutes until everyone arrives and then we can get started. So we have 2 more minutes left for 10. We get started. Great, I see people from everywhere, from Washington, from Switzerland, from global.
When do we actually go live? When do we actually go live?
In another 2 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So, all right.
Yes.
I'll live with the consequence.
So we have around 54, 52 people. Great. On time. That's awesome. So there are around 600 people who have signed up. Let's see. Himansu, can you hear us well, or anyone?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. Abhishek,
Good morning.
Roshan.
Shashishi, you think we should start?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, everybody, and a very, very lovely welcome today to all of you to the Global Business Summit 2020. And I'd like to invite our esteemed secretary, Mr. Abhishek Singh, to take it forward and welcome you all in person. So are you there with us?
Yeah, thank you so much, Ruhi. And I again welcome you all to Global Business eSUMMIT. And it really makes all of us excited, and we are so enthusiastic. I mean, listening to all of you. And first of all, I would like to welcome all the guest speakers, and the names and the details I will take after a few lines. And I would just like to tell you how and why this summit has been planned. So it was like in the current pandemic situation, which is like across worldwide. We wanted to know about the exact situation in different countries, especially some major trade partners of India. And we wanted to know about the business scenario in the respective countries of the speakers where they are working, and also about the cross-border trade. And we also wanted to know about how our speakers, the esteemed speakers, think about the current COVID-19 scenario, and even about the post-COVID-19 scenario or the situation which will come in future. And we would also wanted to know about the solutions and strategies taken by the respective governments in that that country, and vis-a-vis also the new opportunities, the emerging business trends, that can come, or that has already arrived. So I welcome all the speakers again, and I welcome all the participants. It has been hard working, like a month of hard work for all the team, and because of that, all the participants are here to join us, and I hope this will take us to next level with a knowledge and with and we have speakers from 16 countries, and so we will have a very exciting and very fruitful perspective from all of them, and obviously we will have some questions and queries that can be solved out. And I welcome our EAI directors. I welcome Mr. Sashi Mohan, our director, Mr. Manoj Atri, Mr. Sandeep Singh, Mr. Roshan. I welcome all the EAI team who are here to support us. And let's start. So I will again give it to Ruhi.
Thank you, sir. So I'd like to invite our first speaker for the day, Mr. Abhishek Saurav from USA. So your insight would be really valuable for us. Let's start the day with a bang-on start with you.
Thank you very much, Ruhi. Let me begin by thanking the coordination team of the Entrepreneurs Association of India to put together this global event, bringing so many different perspectives. For the last day or two, I've been looking forward to just this onslaught of new information from more than a dozen countries. Of course, we have the advantage of knowing so much more about the countries we operate in, and of course, the countries we may belong to. But it's a luxury to have views from so many different countries in this global pandemic. Let me begin, because we are constrained for time, let me begin by giving an outline of what I'm going to talk. Let me first actually say who I am. So my name is Abhishek Saurav. I live in Washington, D.C., the United States.
Connected.
I'm a citizen of India, a national of the United States. I was born and raised in Bihar, and I have been living in the United States for the last 15 years. I'm employed with the World Bank. My trade is an economist, and I've had the good fortune of being very closely associated with the response related to COVID-19, and I'm leading some global research that tries to estimate the effect of this pandemic on global businesses, specifically multinational companies. With that, let me also caveat that I don't have any unique insights in terms of what's going on the health arena. So I will caution and not go on that side. What I am going to talk about is first, this aggregate effect on the US economy based on certain statistics that we have been able to observe already. Next, I would like to talk about the effect on global businesses, multinational companies, global supply chains, and how that affects all businesses, all developing countries. And when I say developing countries, I have a special mention for countries such as India, which are preferred locations for global production. And finally, I would like to connect new growth opportunities with opportunities for new entrepreneurship and what this new entrepreneurship could look like in a post-COVID business environment. So let me begin by giving you a backdrop of what we have observed in the United States. So in the first quarter of 2020, which ended in March, and the estimates came out in April, we have already realized a 5% decline, a contraction in gross domestic product, GDP. And this is a significant development, right? So it's significant because it is the total of what value the economy has been able to generate. this comes after a very long period of expansion. So we know that there was that COVID-19 has come at a slightly awkward time for the global economy. First, in the sense that 2019 essentially was a story of global trade tensions. And we know the dynamics between global powers that transpired in 2019. We also saw the falling of commodity prices. So the economy was not perched to perform strongly 2020. We were already looking at slowdown, and that was the kind of theme in policy circles. But the global pandemic, COVID-19, has just provided this negative thrust to the economy, which has manifested in so many through so many demand and supply channels. And what we see in the United States, the contraction in GDP, is kind of being led by that. What that has meant for people and the economy is that in the month of April 2020 alone, the United States unemployment numbers grew by more than 20 million. And just to put this number in context, how serious of a number this is about the same number of jobs that were created by this economy, the United States economy, since the Great Depression, the recession in 2007, 2008. So you can imagine that the thrust of this effect is now affecting people. There's a further nuance that I think we should appreciate. So we all know, I think by now, the media has been quite diligent in its reporting. We know quite well that the thrust and the effects are negative. But I want to highlight with this nuance that the effect has been disproportionate for certain communities. So when we look at women, young workers, so youth, and people in certain minority communities, we see that the unemployment effect has been more pronounced in these communities as compared to the average worker. And we care about those things because these population groups have been vulnerable in many ways. So that's the story in the United States. Let me also just conclude by saying that in the United States, what we have seen is that there are certain sectors that have been affected more. And I think this is a typology of effect that we are seeing throughout the world. Leisure and hospitality, certain services, transportation are sectors that have taken the onslaught of the negative effect. Let me now turn to the second part of what I wanted to touch upon, and that is the effect moving away from the United States to the effect on the global economy, and in particular, production as it happens in developing economies. So what we have also seen that the pandemic has led to a great disruption in global value chains, global supply chains as well. What that has meant for businesses that rely on distributed production, multinational companies essentially, throughout the world, is that they do not have the same access that they used to have of raw materials, final goods, intermediate goods. And that's a major constraint for production, right? Because if you don't have these types of things, you are not able to prepare, add value in whatever final good or whatever sector that you operate in. Why am I talking about multinational companies? So the focus on multinational companies is to be understood in this context. So if you look at global output, multinational companies produce over 20% or account for over 20% of global output. So definitely they are a significant player in the global economy. Not just that, they also disproportionately account for all international trade. So global trade, more than 70% of global trade volumes are kind of accounted for by these multinational companies. Let me also associate a very close term to multinational companies, which is foreign investment. Multinational companies are the primary conduit through which foreign investment enters developing countries. And that matters, right? That matters because it's foreign direct investment that has rendered productivity growth through the infusion of new technology and has created so many good paying, well-paying, high-wage jobs in developing countries, including in India. And there are many associated benefits of FDI. And I think what has happened is that the shock to the global supply chain has disproportionately affected multinational companies, international businesses, and we care about that. I have the good fortune of leading some global research recently where we found that we did a global survey, a pulse survey of international companies, and we find that more than 80%, as of March 2020, more than 80% of multinational companies have experienced a decline in revenues as well as profits. So four in five have already experienced in the first 3 months of the pandemic. The estimates are furthermore aggravated in the next 3 months, that is up to June. Over 60% of these companies are experiencing reduced liquidity or availability of finance. And as most of us belonging to the business community, I think we all know that availability of finance is so important for sustaining operations and the ability of firms to afford the wage bill. As a consequence, investment in their companies in developing countries has fallen by 30% already up to March, and is anticipated to fall more than 40% in more than 50% of the firms by June 2020. We plan to revisit this estimation in July, and I think we'll see a further validation of some of these numbers. Let me now turn to the idea of entrepreneurship in crisis. So we know that the global order, the global value chain, and the global order of production is being questioned. There are fractures that are evident, and we may see a certain level of realignment of global production in the coming months and years. What does it mean for developing countries and entrepreneurs in developing countries? I think the first consequence for entrepreneurs is it provides a positive thrust to innovate. And the reason that is there is this is an unparalleled environment to innovate. There are many theories of development, there are many depictions of how development happens. In one such depiction, we know that a lot of growth has been attributed to the higher incidence of innovation, skill building, and development of the human capital inside economies. And I think for developing countries who have, through policy, focused on these dimensions of growth, I think this is a good time, because they do have the human capital, the latent innovation capacity to be able to turn the skills and the abilities into entrepreneurship. That is, opportunities for business to attend to new needs of the new environment. For example, a key question that I think about and I think is quite relevant is when there are so many limits on collective production, and when I mean collective production, let us imagine a factory setting, right? Production is being revisited. People have to now learn how to be socially distant and still yet perform the work that they used to perform before. And I think there's a huge potential for innovation, both in terms of how we organize production and in terms of how, in terms of new ways in bringing about kind of innovation in the way we have conducted business in the past. So I think there's tremendous entrepreneurship potential. But with that positive note, in terms of the place, the policy space, and also the economic space for entrepreneurs to grow and thrive, let me also caution that while entrepreneurship for profit has always been an admirable quality, an admirable goal to pursue, I think this is a unique opportunity for social entrepreneurship. That is, we pursue for profit, we pursue opportunities for profit, but we have to contextualize them in the needs of the society. And the reason for that is this global pandemic, through the kind of shocks that it has exposed us to, both business and personal, has made quite evident the fact that individual priorities are important, but not at the expense of social priorities, social goals. So I think that's an important message. I'm soon concluding. And in conclusion, I would like to say that while we want to be entrepreneurs and think about new opportunities, there are three principles that I want to leave with potential entrepreneurs who may have connected with us is to preserve the principles of welfare, number one. Social welfare is really important, and especially important in the context that we are in right now. To also preserve and further the principle of equity, that is growth and opportunities for all. I think that's the second theme that we have to take into account. For certain developments that we have seen in India particularly, we know that benefits of growth have not been equally shared, and I think we want to preserve and further those goals as we have opportunity to grow again. And finally, a note on green growth, that is the environment. We need to take care of the ecosystem in which we exist. It is the ecosystem that sustains us and businesses, and I think there's the need for businesses to nourish and give back to the ecosystem has further been made evident in this pandemic. So I would like to leave you with these three thoughts. I may have taken a couple of minutes more than allocated. Further questions, I'll be connected for a couple of hours.
Are completely valuable to us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a lovely insight by you. And before we head on to our next speaker, I'd like to invite our member, Mr. Ross, to give us another insight about today's scenario before we call on our next speaker. Yes, Mr. Ross, over to you.
So few things if we can do, try to keep the mic closer when we are speaking, at least. That will help everyone to hear better. And we have a next question, this question from Rohit. For you, Abhishek, how to start a small business for people who are working 9 to 5, in short, how to bring out entrepreneurship within you? Can you hear me, Abhishek?
Yes, I can hear you. Should we collect a couple of questions, if there are more questions, and then maybe I can respond at one go, if that's okay.
So we will be picking up a few questions from the chat box itself. Depending on, should not repeat, and we will be asking them on their behalf.
Right, so maybe I'll quickly respond to this question. But first, the caveat that I don't have any unique insights into how to start a small business because I've never started one. But I do know that there are certain necessities of starting a business and innovation. So in whatever your employment setting is, as you characterize it by a 9 to 5, there must be certain skills that you have mastered in that setting. And I think it's really important to be able to reflect those skills in the innovations that you are undertaking. There's a certain amount of learning in organizational settings. And there's this tendency amongst entrepreneurs, or probably it's a contentious thing to say, but there may be a tendency of undervaluing the organizational environment and the lessons that they're learning from there. So I think one benefit of working in a 9 to 5 environment is to be able to apply some of those things in your own entrepreneurial ventures. Another thing I would emphasize is there's consistent empirical evidence that people who have access to networks, that is, people who know other entrepreneurs, individuals whom they can go to for counsel and advice is important. And I think working in an organization allows you unparalleled access to such individuals, that is, people with unique abilities and skills and people with different perspectives. I think I would emphasize on building your network, a strong network that you can count upon when you have, when you do undertake your innovative
makes sense.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ruhi. You can call on the next speaker. Let's hear from the next one.
Yeah, thank you, Ruhi.
And our next esteemed speaker. Thank you so much, Mr.
Hello, everybody. My name is Shashi Mohan. I am an inter-India professional. I am a CA and a member of Entrepreneur Association of India. First, I welcome everybody who has participated. And our next speaker is from Taiwan, Mr. Stephen Liu. Mr. Stephen is a director at Taipei World Trade Center, Taitra, and he is an eminent business leader. We'll be very happy to hear you, Mr. Liu. it's on you. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Hello.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Steven. Okay, actually, I work in India for 5 years. In my since 2014 to 2018, I working in Mumbai, and in 2019, I shift to Calcutta. So now I stay in my Calcutta's house. It's happy to connect with you. Okay, and I also share my presentation in the chatting box. Okay, today I want to introduce is after COVID-19 scenario, Taiwan and India have so many industries cooperated together. Okay, I use some presentation. If you can see the monitor, okay, I can show you some in Taiwan. Okay, because in Taiwan we are from government. We are from a government organization, and we global. We have a 63 branch office in the world. And in Taiwan, this time COVID-19, okay, we have 440 positive case, and but now the situation is controlled in Taiwan. We since May, okay, May we have 13 consecutive days. We don't have any positive case in Taiwan. Okay, and this is our chairman interview with the Sunday Guardian, India newspaper. Okay, what he want to tell India business partner. Okay, the disease knows no border. Thailand happy to cooperate with India to fight COVID-19. Okay, then in Taiwan, I want to introduce our service. Okay, our Thailand, we are a professional show organizer. Every year we organize 30 trade shows in Taiwan. It's like Computex, Tintos, it's machinery. Okay, then in this period, we working in the home. We arrange the online meeting for India company with Taiwan company. They sell some products like machinery. If there's shipping to India port, we try to find some India machinery agent to install the machine for Taiwan company. Okay, and my office also organize Chinese Mandarin class in online since 1st of June, next month, next week, we will start our online class. And finally, about the online meeting, okay, recently, we got so much inquiry from India about the mask, about the protection clothing, about the COVID-19 test kit. Okay, we arranged the online meeting. We find the Taiwan supplier, give them the quotation. Okay, because Taiwan, we has high quality manufacture. Our mask is over so much certificate. Okay, even our test kit also pass the like Europe CE certificate, so they can export to all over the world. Yes. Okay. So I think this is my introduce, because we have a QA section. So if you have a question, we can discuss in the QA section.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I also share my presentation in the chatting box. If you are interested in doing business with Taiwan, welcome. Download the presentation and my contact info. Okay, you can directly email to me. I will try to arrange some meeting together. Yeah, thank you for everyone.
Thank you, Stephen, for your nice views on Taiwan and India perspective. Now our next speaker is Mr. Sanjeev Sinha. I'm really privileged to introduce him. Sinha-san, he stays in Japan, Tokyo, and he's a partner at Global Partnership Fund, India-Japan Partnership Fund. He is an alumni of IIT Kanpur and a great business leader and a visionary. He got appointed as advisor to the bullet train project in India. We'll be very happy to hear you, sir, here. I welcome you, and please, it's up to you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure. Thank you, Manoj. It's a very nice initiative you have taken for.
You welcome, Sanjeev sir.
Yes, it's quite nice and amazing how you have got so many people from so many parts of the world together on this platform. So congratulations on this initiative.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've been in Japan for 23 years now, and I see a lot of interest in India. It has been growing. Japanese companies are very keen to go to India. Japanese investors are keen to invest in India, and Japanese government is looking at India very seriously as a strategic partner for Japan, because India has a large population and young population, while Japan's population is dwindling and its aging population. Also, India is very good in global marketing. This is an example how you got together people from all over the world. Japan is not so good in global marketing generally. Japan is good in manufacturing, but not so good in the global politics or marketing. That's where we Indians are very good at. So Japan is looking at India as a strong partner, strategic partner, not just a partner in terms of business, partner in terms of human resource, partner in terms of geopolitics globally. Now, many concerns are coming from China, particularly in the COVID-19 situation. Those concerns are becoming more acute, and Japan is considering taking Japanese companies out of China and move them to other countries in Asia, and India is a top destination for that purpose. So the opportunities are in plenty. There are many government funds set up for helping Japanese and Indian companies collaboration. For example, there's a fund called INCJ, which is a $20 billion fund for global partnerships. JICA is another agency by Japanese government, which has funded about $60 billion in India already. And JICA is financing the bullet train project, Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, a Delhi-Mumbai dedicated freight corridor, the Trans-Harbour Link around Mumbai, that's being developed by funding of JICA as well. Many projects in India that JICA is funding with a huge amount of cash being offered from Japan. Then there is JBIC, Japan Bank of International Cooperation, which is also very keen on India. They have total $110 billion in asset under management. They are keen on India. There are many other similar funds of tens of billions of dollars of order, which are keen on supporting India-Japan partnership. Japanese universities are very keen to invite Indian students here. I've been quite active with the universities here as well, and Indian students are very welcome here. There are many scholarship programs for Indian students in Japan. Then there is cultural activities going on between India and Japan. Indian movies are becoming more and more popular here. We see some Indian movies in the cinema halls here once in a while. So it's a total package. Lots of goodwill between the two countries. in terms of the areas where industrial areas where Japanese companies are keen on India, some high potential areas could be, for example, electronics. Electronics is an area where Japan is concerned about too much dependence on China. Japan has the technology and the financing, of course. India can be a partner for Japan in manufacturing electronics in India. Telecom equipments can be early starter because telecom is a sensitive area and the trust between the two countries is very important for manufacturing telecom equipments. Automobile is another area where India-Japan relations have already been very strong. Suzuki Motors in India, of course, is a big example of the collaboration. Many other Japanese companies have come to India like Toyota, Honda, Nissan, now truck manufacturers like Shimizu and others. So there is a growing traction in the automobile industry. IT is another area where India, of course, has been a big success globally. Indian companies have been working in US, in rest of Asia, Singapore. In Japan, Indian IT companies' presence is not that big yet, and that's a big opportunity. So more Indian IT companies can come to Japan. Japan has a big need of IT. Japan is the world's second largest IT market after United States. So the opportunities are in plenty, both for human resource as well as Indian companies who want to work in Japan. Besides that, pharmaceutical is another area where Indian companies have been buying Japanese companies as well. I have helped Lupin acquire a company here in Japan. Japanese companies are keen to go to India with their acquisitions to both ways. India can supply the API or the generic medicines to Japan, and Japan can provide the innovation drugs, new drugs for Indian manufacturers in India. So pharmaceutical is another big area. Healthcare is another area. Right now, as we are in the middle of the pandemic, healthcare collaboration between India and Japan is also being looked upon very seriously. Japan has good technology for manufacturing of ventilators, masks, and testing kits. And Japan also has got some very promising medicines for COVID-19, which are under testing right now. And Japan might come up with some proven drugs, proven medicines for COVID-19 as well. So there's a big potential collaboration in the area of healthcare. Infrastructure, we already spoke about, like Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, the bullet train, or the Trans-Harbour Link near Mumbai, and many other projects where Japan already is supporting development in India, both with financing as well as technology. That is very used to the good infrastructure in Japan. Logistics infrastructure, very good transport structure. Japanese companies find it difficult to operate in India. Solution is building integrated infrastructures. For example, industrial zones. There is one industrial zone in Nimrana, which is dedicated for Japanese companies. There's one in Andhra Pradesh called City City, where there is a zone, the industrial zone, dedicated for Japanese companies. So the idea is that if, say, we have 500 acres of land or 1,000 acres of land or more, we can bring everything from Japan, the infrastructure, the social infrastructure like hospitals, schools, restaurants, and others, including the physical infrastructure like the water management, the power supply, the logistics. So if we have a Japan-focused industrial zone, then it becomes easier for Japanese companies to come together in such an industrial zone. And such an infrastructure can also be financed by Japan along with the financing for helping individual Japanese companies to come to India as well. So there are many opportunities. I will stop here and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sanjeev San, for your deep insight on Japan and particularly India. I just got a question, and then I'll also request from speakers if they got any questions, we can take it. So I was just asking, since you are from India and we hearing a lot about Japanese companies in China.
Yes.
Is planning to move to India. So do you see any opportunity for us in that perspective?
Yes, that opportunity is being done seriously. How Japanese companies can move from China to India. There is already some discussions underway. So the challenge here is that China has dedicated infrastructure for Japanese companies that we need to create in India. And that's where my last suggestion about building industrial zones in India, which can be dedicated for Japanese and Indian companies, India-Japan collaboration industrial zone, so that we can provide a good infrastructure to Japanese companies in India, which is at par or better than what they have in China. That's what we need.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So, any more questions we have?
Sure. So there is another question from Anjali. How to start a small business for people working. Okay, so I did ask this one. So yes, this question from Raja Reddy. Sir, you spoke about drop in revenues and profit to 80% of the companies. Can you please talk about remaining 20% of the companies which did not experience slowdown like others have? I believe
this is related to US. I guess maybe we can take it at last, but
okay.
Yeah. So
there's a question from Gaurav for Japan. I would like to know possibilities about businesses collaboration with Japanese companies in regard to services-based or product-based opportunities, considering for IT sector. What is your insight for the same? As you know, labor charges varies from services here in IT. It's a big down for new companies or startup. So basically, they are trying to figure out how in IT sector they can handle the pricing, margin from different locations, I believe. Sanjeev,
yes. When in the premium market, the per hour fees are good when it comes to the outsourcing IT industry. So the margin good. Here, domestically run in Japanese language, of course, needs to learn IT development in working in English, so-called bridge engineers or the analysts who are managing they need to know both English and Japanese in that situation. Japanese companies, we have also got many requests for IT development from India by Japanese companies. So the opportunities are there, but yes, we need to fine-tune ourselves a little bit with that Japanese bridging infrastructure, that capability, and margins are good, so one need not worry about the pricing really.
Great, great. Thanks for the feedback. Our next speaker is Bill. Hi, Bill. Good morning. He's from Switzerland, and he would like to put some inputs on COVID, post-COVID, and how things will be between India and Switzerland. Over to you, Bill.
Yeah, just a short, I'll introduce Bill as he's a special advisor to the board, GMT Capital. He got his MBA from IMDA in Switzerland, and he did his at George Washington University in DC. He loves startups and he travels a lot, so he loves traveling as well. Hello, Bill.
Well, thank you
Welcome.
very much. First of all, good morning, everyone. It's relatively early over here in Switzerland. It's a pleasure. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to join all of you. And second of all, it's always a pleasure to find myself surrounded by entrepreneurs. As Ross mentioned, I've been working with startups for close to 15 years now, largely here in Switzerland and in the United States, and more recently in Africa. I'll get into that in a little more detail. But first, I just wanted to try and show you guys some good news, because there's been so much bad news these days. I don't know if you can see this. I hope you can. At least you can see the shape of the curve in the tail there. All right. Yes. Bottom line is, let me just throw some numbers at you guys. Here in Switzerland, we've gone from roughly 1,500 infections per day to zero. We've gone from over 70 to 80 deaths a day down to 1 or 2, and day before yesterday, there were none. So the good news, and this is down from 1,500 infections a day. You can see the curve was relatively steep. We were right up there along with Spain and Italy not too long ago. So the news that I want to put across to everybody out there, I don't care what country you're from, is that it can be done, okay? We can flatten this curve. We can get this thing under control, provided that people are willing to do what is required, the social distancing and whatever. I don't want to repeat what everyone's heard in the media, but I did want to give people some feedback that, hey, you know, if you follow the instructions, there is a chance that we will see the light at the end of the tunnel. We're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel here in Switzerland, and I wanted to share that with you. Of course, we're all very well disciplined over here. We tend to do what the government tells us to do, and so the type of behavior that you're seeing in the U.S. and whatever is not the type of behavior that you generally see here in Switzerland. So bottom line is, we're already on our way out. We've got a staged, if you will, exit from what was a complete lockdown. I mean, I've been locked down in my house now for close to 3 months. I came back from Nigeria, self-quarantined for a couple of weeks, and then the government obviously imposed the lockdown, and we're still in partial lockdown. I don't want to spend too much time on that. I'd really rather spend more time upon the situation for entrepreneurs, that I think this COVID-19 virus is actually a two-edged sword. Obviously, you know, from a health perspective, it's going to do huge damage to the economy. We're talking about what, the folks here at the World Trade Organization are talking about a 30% drop in world trade. Compare that to a 10% drop in world trade that we saw in 2008. And we're talking about a 3% shrinkage of the overall global economy. And if we reference back to 2008, that was around 0.8%. So we're looking at, you know, a phenomenon that is several factors larger or worse, one might say, than what we experienced in 2008. However, we also have different technologies now that we didn't have back in 2008. And I'm already seeing how some companies, particularly those using Kanban just-in-time type of supply chain management, have been able to avoid some of the bloated inventories that they got stuck with in 2008. So I'm hopeful that the bounce back, it's not going to be quick. Don't anybody expect it to happen overnight. But it took us almost a decade to get from 2008 to where the stock market was just a couple of months ago. And it's probably going to take us a few years to get there again. Hopefully not a decade. I don't think it will be a decade. But you know, this recovery is going to be slow. So batten down the hatches and get ready for it. A little bit, because the clock is ticking and I tend to run on a little bit, about the situation for entrepreneurs. You know, one of the things that Peter Drucker taught us years ago, is that one of the greatest things for entrepreneurs is when there's a shift, whether it's a shift in social mores, whether it's a shift in technology, whether it's a shift in the economic balance that countries or regions may have with each other. All of these present opportunities for entrepreneurs. And we're actually in a situation where all of those elements are currently viable and available. So while the skies may look a little bit dark and gray at the moment, they're not going to stay that way forever. This is my 4th recession. I can guarantee you that we'll bounce back. What you will see a few years from now, personally, I think is going to be very different than what we saw 2 or 3 months ago. You know, when you hear comments, for example, I was watching CNBC the other day, and the president of Morgan Guarantee mentioned that 90% of his staff was working from home, and there had been absolutely no implications or no effect on the bank's normal operations. Well, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that a lot of CEOs are going to say, hey, you know, I could save a lot of money if I can convince my people to work from home. The research that we're getting out of the US now says 66% of all Americans would rather work from home than go back to the office, all right? So it's difficult for me to see how the economic argument and the argument from the customer side of I want to stay home and work is not going to influence, you know, traditional business working. It is going to influence traditional business working. And it already has, okay? So I think going forward for us entrepreneurs, there's huge opportunities in working the arbitrage of that transition, right? We don't know exactly where it's going, but if I just take the educational business, we've shifted from face-to-face to Zoom for basically every school in the world, everything from MI. Zoom is not a good tool for teaching. It's a terrible tool for teaching. But guess what? There are companies out there who've recognized this opportunity, who have said, hey, wait a minute, we can do much better than Zoom for the educational sector. And given the current situation, that is going to open up all kinds of opportunities. We've seen the same thing in the delivery sector. We're going to see the same thing in the entertainment sector, which is something I'm researching and getting ready to write a book, an article on at the moment. So bottom line is, yes, there is a lot of change. Yes, there is a lot of negativity and negative energy out there. But guess what? There are a lot of entrepreneurs who are still able to leverage millions or tens of millions of dollars of new investment, of new capital for in various countries all around the world. And if you don't believe me, you can just subscribe to Crunchbase and you can follow the numbers yourself. So bottom line is, I want to leave here on a very positive note, which is this is actually a very good time to be an entrepreneur. And it might not appear to be, but these types of situations when there's a situation of slight chaos and unknown futures, we entrepreneurs love this, okay? We love problems, and there are a lot of problems to be solved. So I don't want to wax too much. I think I've taken my time up here. If there's any quick questions that anybody, I'll be more than happy.
Sure, I will be keeping the questions in the queue, and then once the three panelists done, we will be asking the question. But great inputs, Bill. I completely agree that, you know, we will have talent over the location or like preference, you know, so it does not matter where the talent is located, we will be working globally. I see the things have started already that people are hiring globally. They're saying that we can hire freelancers from US to India, India to Pakistan, Pakistan to Bangladesh, happening. Great points. On to the next speaker, Adriel. Manoj, if you want to introduce and take it ahead. Manoj, you there?
Hi.
Great, all right.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for EAI to invite me.
Adriel, I think Manoj will just give a quick introduction about you.
Oh, sure.
And then once, sure, yeah. Thanks a lot, yeah. All right, Manoj, over to you. You there?
Sorry. My audio was on a mute mode.
No problem, yeah.
I
know this is where online things happen. No worries.
Can you switch on my video as well?
Sure.
Yes, I'm here now.
All right, you're perfect.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So my name is Manoj Atli, and I am the director of Entrepreneur Association of India as well. So Adrian Young, who is from Mr. Young, the founding director of Access Group Singapore. He is president of the Southeast Asian Society and was also nominated by the National Youth Council to represent Singapore at the second Asian India Youth Summit. Am I right?
Yeah, so that was last year actually.
This is a great. It seems to be a very great introduction. And Mr. Young, we welcome you on behalf of Entrepreneur Association of India on this platform. And we wish to hear from you about the scenarios between Singapore and India for the entry and exit point of view for the businesses, and what are the steps to be taken in this time of the pandemic situation which is happening all around the world. So what are your take on it? Over to you, Young. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you so much, EAI, for inviting me today to speak on the webinar. I mean, just a quick caveat, I speak in my own personal capacity and do not represent the Singapore government in any way. And first things first, I think the context of Singapore is important. We are a country in Southeast Asia off the tip of the Malaya Peninsula. And we are also a hub for finance, aviation, and tourism. So what that means when COVID broke out was that, well, a lot of our key economic streams were definitely disrupted and all that. And to respond to this, the Singapore government has actually launched 4 budgets over the course of the last few months, totaling about some 90 billion Singapore dollars and drawing down some $50 billion from our past reserves. And since this is an talk by the Entrepreneurship Association, I want to highlight that the Singapore government actually did invest about 200 million. It was recently announced in a few days ago in the latest budget that 200 million will be given to support matching fundraising for startups, which is great because as much as Bill mentioned that there's a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurial startups in this day, I think capital is increasingly being tightened across the world. SoftBank is amazing about these days. The valuation has dipped significantly. Uber has just shut down its Asia Pacific headquarters in Singapore, laying off thousands of staff globally. Airbnb as well has laid off thousands of staff as well. I think the tech giants, the only tech giants that are doing well is like Amazon, Facebook. And I think this is a time of great challenge for entrepreneurs because you need to prove especially that you have a sound business model and that you're not just doing user acquisition, actually have the potential to generate revenue and to be profitable in the short to medium term. So those are some thoughts I have on startups. I think what has been really impressive over the last few months is we have also seen how homegrown startups like Carousel, which is an e-commerce platform, step up to provide support to small and medium enterprises to help them create a digital presence online and even to accelerate that digital transformation journey. The Singapore economy is actually made up about 90% small to medium enterprises. So 90% of our jobs come from small and medium enterprises. And I think a big theme over the last few months has not just been how can we keep the economy afloat, so can we emerge from COVID-19, and to that end, Singapore has placed great emphasis on skills training, providing numerous grants for workers to go and upskill, to take courses, especially in technology and digital skills. And the Singapore government pays them an allowance to do cost for 1 month. And also the focus has also been a lot on digital transformation and accelerating that digital transformation journey. So I think a recent McKinsey report stated that over the last 8 weeks, about 5 years worth of digital transformation has happened. And that's just tremendous, you know. I guess while digital transformation is accelerating in Singapore and across the world, there remains very big questions of social issues. So Access Singapore is a social mobility non-profit organization, and we're very concerned with social issues in Singapore. Digital inclusion dealing with as low-income and vulnerable groups in society. And we're glad that during this time of disruption and transformation, equal emphasis is placed on ensuring that the elderly as well as the low-income families are part of this digital transformation journey through leveraging a wide pool of community partners to ensure that they understand how to navigate the digital world and how to utilize technology to keep abreast of current trends and information. So those are just some key ideas. I think something that I definitely agree with Bill is that there's so much opportunities these days. I mean, the last few months, I just seen spreadsheets connecting people and disrupting tech giants like Grab. You know, instead of having to pay a platform fee on Grab, you have websites which connect your merchants, consumers without any cost at all. So even the disruptors are being and excited what happen in the coming few months, and especially in a post-COVID world. I think also mentioned that real estate will fundamentally change over the next few months because of how people are starting to do work, rebuilding and all that stuff, and create that has worked. People have always said the naysayers have to prove otherwise. So this will, I think, effect change on the real estate industry as well as cross-border commerce and cross-border employment and commerce as well. Yeah, so I think those are just some brief points that I made. Happy to take any questions and share more in the Q&A.
Yeah, thanks for your input. Definitely makes
Thank
sense.
you very much for the great insights, Edgel. It was really, really insightful, and people must have got benefited out of it. Are there any questions, Rose?
Not as of now. We'll end this the panelist, and then we will ask the questions from the list. Yeah.
All right, all right. Thank you so much, Edgel.
Thanks,
It was a great session with you. Thank you. So now I would like to introduce Mr. Garth Holloway. Is he there? Is he around?
I do see him in the call. Can you unmute him, Himanshu?
Sure. Where
so
is
for
it?
for everybody's information, I just like to give some idea about who Garth is. So Mr. Holloway is an international business expert and a strategic planner. He got his MBA done from Macquarie University, and he is an also executive coach and published author. He invented some great products. I got to know from Abhishek that in filtering water.
I think he's not here.
He did something in Bihar.
Hi.
Sorry, I was battling with technology.
Hi, Garth. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Garth. My name is Manoj Atri. I'm part of Entrepreneur Association of India. And I was just telling the people a little bit about you, that you have been an international business expert and a strategic planner. You did your MBA from Macquarie University, and you're an executive coach and published author as well. And as I saw, I got to know from Abhishek that you have done some great work in filtering water in India, and you know, a great technology you have developed.
Super, thank you. Yes, Manoj, it's, I spent 4 years in Bihar, and
lovely to have you here, Garth. Over to you, please.
Great. Looking forward to hear from you, Garth. Yeah, welcome.
It was a wonderful experience in India, and I'm actually very pleased to have spent it in Bihar, because Bihar has a certain reputation in India, but it's not a modern city. It's not Bombay or Mumbai, Delhi. It's very honest. I found it a very honest way of life. So it was a wonderful experience, and Abhishek will be a friend for life, no doubt. So I'm delighted to be supporting this initiative and talking. From an Australia point of view, an Australian COVID point of view, the story of COVID in Australia actually goes back to about 2017. When I think about it, and in 2017 to 2019, Australia had one of the worst droughts in its history, and the guys were many farmers were forced off the land. They had to reduce their livestock, and it really crippled the rural towns, and the drought was not unusual, but it was most certainly chronic for 2 years of severe drought. Then, round about September, give or take, 2019, Australia caught fire. And when I say Australia caught fire, I literally mean Australia caught fire. It wasn't sort of a local fire in the local area. The whole of Australia was burning. And something like 18 million hectares of Australia burnt out. And fortunately, well, not fortunately at all, a small number of people died as a result of the fires, and about another 400 or 500 died of smoke inhalation later on. So coming straight out of the drought, where everything was so absolutely tinder dry, then Australia caught fire and burned. Then, just to add insult to injury, it started to rain. And it rained so bad, the East Coast was flooded, right? So we went from drought to fire to floods. And that floods took us into sort of January
January, February, and a lot of people's livelihoods were further destroyed by the floods. Then we had COVID. And so the punches have just kept coming in this country. And particularly for the rural areas, the small towns. If you think about Australia, there's 25 million people live in Australia in 7 major cities. You've got Sydney and Melbourne have got sort of 5 million each. You've got Brisbane and Perth throw in another 3 million or so for them. So only up to 16 million. Throw in a bit of Adelaide and some of the other big cities. And suddenly you've got these sort of wide open spaces where there's nobody living there, and you've got small towns that don't have their own economy. And the small town desperately needs the support of the tourist dollar, the domestic tourism. And now with the drought, and then the fires, then the flood, and then COVID, the domestic tourism market just stopped, right? So these small towns are really, really financially. And so this country's taken quite a substantial hit. There's another market which is relevant to India and China, is that the Australian universities are very well thought of in this part of the world. And the international student revenue for Australia is in excess of $1 billion. So once COVID started, Australia was one of the early countries to shut its borders. And it stopped effectively the registration and the academic year for the international students. And so that's the whole university sector has taken a substantial punch from that as well. And then you shut down retail and you shut down domestic travel between states. You know, the guys are battled. But as Bill said, on the upside, Australia was able to flatten its curve very, very, very quickly with the COVID. And the number of cases peaked at about 7,000 cases. And currently we've got 450 live cases. Total deaths in the country is about 103 at the moment. And a significant proportion of our cases of the infections in this country came from a ship called the Ruby Rose or something like that. And there was a mistake made where people who were infected on the ship were allowed back into the community. And in fact, they flew all over the country and they actually flew all over the world. And so that caused, that has led to substantial deaths in this country and substantial infections. I think our numbers would have been a lot lower had that cruise ship been managed a little bit more closely. And now we're coming out of it. Now we are saying, let's open some of the restrictions so people are able to now go to funerals. Before, you couldn't have more than 10 people at a funeral. If you got married, I think you allowed 5 people: the bride, the bridegroom, the celebrant, and probably the mother and father of the people. And that was it. That's all you could have at your wedding. So now slowly the groups have been made open to 10. We still don't have the gyms open, but the schools are starting to go back. Different states are doing it differently, having the senior students going back and the junior students, and slowly the kids in between are being allowed back.
Great
different
points.
states doing it differently.
Over to you, Manoj. Can we introduce the next speaker, and get ahead? And thank you so much for your points, Garth. Love hearing about the COVID.
I think Garth
back
took
to you.
a little more time.
Yeah, I have a question from Garth, and obviously I could have asked you, on personal call, but I want everyone to listen to the question.
In fact, I also have one question. Sorry.
Okay. So, how do you foresee? It always comes to mind when things, the business part, maybe 50 or 16% of the business, especially the cross-border trade, will start. So, when do you think that? Exact month or maybe some tentative time, especially between India and Australia.
I don't think international travel will start before September, is my view. Other trade, buying and selling goods, you know, getting container loads moved. That I think is, you could probably do that now, but the actual movement of management staff, I think the international lockdowns I don't think we're going to have any trade before September at the earliest, is my view. But now that India's eased some of its lockdown and Australia's eased some of its lockdown, the flow of goods is now, I think, now possible.
Great.
So I also have one more question. Can I?
Sure, Manoj. I think Abhishek got on mute, so you can go ahead.
Okay. So, God, from the entire conversation from you, I just got to learn one thing, that you are connected with all the businesses which you are doing right now. So my question to you is just to know that how important is, how important is for somebody to get attached with whatever the businesses or profession they have in their mind, to attach with it emotionally, and not emotionally as a person, but as a entire human being, as a entire as a community developer.
My personal view is that people buy people, right? Businesses don't buy businesses. You meet somebody who you want to do business with, and if there's not a connection, you won't do business. And if you are not emotionally attached and believe in what you are doing, you can't, no matter what you say verbally, your body language will always say you don't care. And unless you are attached, when your body language is what the person's reading and saying, yeah, this guy believes in it, he stands behind his product, I will buy him or I'll buy her because they committed, and then you'll do business. If you don't have that emotional attachment, people will respect at a sort of a seminal level.
And don't you really think that it should be a solution to the community, whatever product you are making?
Absolutely, it should be a solution to the community. And we speak from the water business I did in India, the water filtration, and I've seen in firsthand the strength that you can bring to a community when the community rallies and the community works with you. Just in my case, it was health, it was community harmony. It's fantastic.
Thank you, God. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, guys.
It was relevant.
Thanks, everybody, for listening. I hope it was interesting.
Thank you.
A slightly different view than just on COVID.
Yeah.
From Australia.
Sure. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
So the next speaker is Mr. Franco Nakayala. He's the professor at Zen International Hospital and Capital Medical University, Beijing.
Thank you.
Do we have Mr. Franco here?
Yeah. Good morning.
Hi,
here,
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Franco.
Welcome to this platform.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to this Indian Industrial Association for this international experience, for this international overview of the situation. Let me make some correction of my appointment. I've been working in China as the scientific attaché of the Italy embassy for many years, and now I'm back to the University of Bologna, so I know the situation in China right now, but we would like to start a new cooperation with India because of two main reasons. There is important differences in the Indian market and in the South Asia market in comparison to China, because even considering that I am a physician, so the healthcare field will be the most important issue for our business activity with you, if you agree. There are some other fields that I would like to share with you. So my consideration is that I have been working as a physician at Anjan Hospital, which is the second largest hospital in the world in Beijing, with Professor Ma Chansheng, Professor Udai, and I made some very strong connection also with China. India, to my understanding, is a new situation, a very important one, because India has a scientific background, a very different scientific background, a very different political situation, a very different political asset from China. So there is a free market much more evident than in China. But the situation is difficult. Let me tell you, my friends, that the situation is really difficult. We have also a new, very nice and very smart ambassador in Delhi. Mr. De Luca is a very smart guy. He has been our general counsel in Shanghai for 10 years. And now he was back in Italy, and he's the director. He was the director of the general Italy system at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy. So he is a very well person. He is not just a diplomat, he's a scientist. He comes from Johnson & Johnson. So he has some wide experience also in the commercial and business activity field. But the situation is difficult. Let us be on the side of India and India industrial in this difficult moment. Because if we can be present amid the COVID era, the COVID time, we can follow our commitment to India and to South Asia market together with Indian industrialists also after COVID. India is facing now almost 700,000 cases with almost 5,000 dead people or 4,500 for COVID. So my first idea is to work in the field of COVID-19 technologies. We have diagnostic, protective, and sanitizing technologies for both people and the structures in this COVID era. Let me know if this is of interest to you, because we have nice factory. We're visiting with some of our Indian friends in the following weeks. Let me thank also Professor Nidhi Kakar. She's been working in Italy, so she knows very well the situation in Italy. And she speaks both Italian, Punjabi, and Hindi language. And she works for the Italy embassy in Delhi as a translator. Let me thank Professor Raul Chaumani, university leader in the field of management and education. And let me thank also Mani Maredu, who is a nice friend, a physician from India. He's a good friend of your Minister of Public Health, which has been recently nominated at the World Health Organization and the United Nations Organization as a chairman for the healthcare field, which I think is the most important one. So let me focus also with some Italian factories that are listening to us from Italy. The first field of interest to us and to India is not wine, is not Italy food, is protective, diagnostic, and sanitizing technologies for the COVID pandemic, which is just growing up in India. Maybe the apex of everything will be around July or August. So my first intention is to work in this field. The second intention is to change our attitude in this post-COVID or COVID era, saying that the most important issue are education, and scientific research as the best way to do business. There is no way to do new business in this difficult moment without putting our attention to a strong commitment to India and to the South Asia market, introducing our ideas of education and research, not just in the medical field, but in other fields. This is a kind of different attitude towards the Indian market and toward the Indian friends, finding, first of all, a scientific cooperation in different fields, not just medical field, but also non-medical field, as a way to do education, exchange of ideas, exchange of data between your physicians and our physician, between your university and our universities. But we don't have to forget that also we have some Italian factories in this moment. The Hydro factory from Bergamo area is a very nice factory introducing some very sophisticated system and technology for water supply, for water sparing and water supply to small towns and to hospitals. You know how important it is to provide free water and clean water to both small towns not just in China as we did, not just in Tunisia and in Algeria, but also in India if you allow us to do that. And also to take care of the waste, of the toxic waste of the toxic water from hospitals, just to sanitize water for the people. The last idea, and then I will ask you some impression and some comments on that, is to provide some good technologies for the agriculture field. The future is really to take care of food and for food for the Indian people. I don't think the priorities are Italian wine and Italian good food and Italian made food. The priorities are to develop and to sustain, to support your agriculture industries with some very good Italian technologies, if you like, introducing both planting small plants, not seeds, but small plants of different, cucumber or watermelon of different, and to prepare and to offer good technology for harvesting and to do the pre-processing and the processing of food, because food will be the next emergency, as we are experiencing in some African country and in some European country. If you don't think about the work and about the technology in this field, you are not taking care, you are not taking very good care of your population. So to make a short story, to make a long story a short one, this is our idea. But most of all, I think when the time will be ready for the lockdown of India, we can provide some education and some exchange for physicians and for technicians in the agriculture field in our university. I'm talking of Milan University for communicable diseases. I'm talking of Padova University, Crisanti, for communicable diseases. I'm talking of agriculture technologies training and education, both in Hydro Ortomec in Venice and Hydro in the Bergamo area. So the idea is not to ask just for business, but to ask for a different kind of business, introducing scientific research, education, and exchange of data, exchange of teachers, including some of you. I appreciated very much some of the previous interventions, and to exchange teachers and students in different fields. That will be my way to approach this difficult COVID era situation. What do you think? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Franco. There's a question for you, a very quick question from Mr. Govind Singh, and he wants to know about the future of natural food industry in terms of cross-border business and in current COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 scenario.
That's a good question. I think we should care, we should be on the side of India and the India University and the India government and local governments of India in the medical field in this beginning, in these very important COVID era times. But I think agriculture, also introducing some other technologies, as I told you, hydraulic water supply for small town and hospitals, plastic and ecological leather by Dr. Chen is a Chinese guy working in Bologna. He's of Chinese origin, but he's of Italian passport and is in Italian family. They produce this plastic, ecologic plastic material and ecologic leather material for houses, hospitals, and industries. So the idea, coming back to agriculture, I think agriculture is one of the most important issues, because we can provide really, if some industries from India would like to share a joint scientific and commercial venture with us, we should provide water supply technology, water supplies, conduits to bring fresh water from lake and from river of India. India has as many rivers to supply water, clean water, population of small town and to the north. At this time, we can provide additional watering of agriculture fields, agriculture areas, and the technology of planting seeds. We sold this technology to both, even to Iran, even Tunisia and Algeria, is the way to see, to put the seeds in the ground, to put the small plant of everything. Okay, you can have a growing up of agriculture food and natural food very quickly. And you can collect, you can do a good harvesting of them in a couple of months instead of waiting 6 months. I think the agriculture field and the agriculture the need of good food and enough food for the population should be one of our priority. Did I answer correctly?
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Franco. And I will take this thing to Mr. Sandeep, our director from EAI.
Hello everyone, this is Sandeep Singh, Director of Saeed Mudassir Rizvi. He works as a director at Burkan Group of Companies, Muscat, Oman. He has got his master's from University of Manchester, and he is a business strategist, expert in customer management, business development, task management, and many more. We would like to welcome him for the session next. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the EAI and Mr. Manoj and Mr. Shashi and Ross for allowing us, and Mr. Sandeep, thank you very much for the intro. It's a great opportunity to connect with different stakeholders from international community. Today, my session objective is to just showcase or share our experience from perspective and what Oman did in this COVID situation. And then as an entrepreneur or as a company, how digitally we got benefited from this situation. And we are continuously working with the government and the private sector to create more opportunities, let's say, of digitization. And of course, in our journey of digitization, we have always collaborated with Indian companies, and we have created many classical examples, good use cases, while collaborating with the very true initiatives in Indian companies. So the first example, of course, for the COVID situation when it started was the Ministry of Health Oman, where they were talking about a solution to monitor the of the quarantine patients, how they can remotely connect and monitor the around 15,000 quarantine patients in terms of their symptoms and the growth of the symptoms. So in this case, we were able to collaborate with an Indian company called Cure.ai, who are actually working in artificial intelligence in the healthcare. So with the help of them, we did this national project in Oman, so where we were able to create a solution for the government to monitor all the health activities of the quarantine patient and the new upcoming patients, and develop the complete ecosystem for the government so that they can monitor the patients very effectively. This project is live, so we are very proud to be part of it with an Indian company. At this time, we are associated with a couple of other initiatives with logistics, in the banking, in the education, especially the online proctoring solution. We have seen with the COVID, the education system to continue their examination, experience, and the seminars. So again, with the help of an Indian collaboration, we were able to give a solution to their education system in a proper way, and do the right exam with the proper solution. So, in my opinion, the COVID is a tough time for the economies and for the countries, and of course to the companies and citizens. But I personally feel that, as I learned from Bill and other members in this meeting, that the entrepreneurs have to get opportunities within themselves in this tough time also. And especially the GCC and the specific Oman market, I see a lot of digital transformation and focus from the government in this pandemic situation. So where I personally feel that though this was a tough time for the economy and for the overall country, still we were able to create opportunities, business cases or the use cases for each. And that's where I really enjoy working with a lot of Indian friends, Indian partners, who really come and resolve certain use cases within the pandemic. So in fact, we will launch another great initiative with an Indian company called FarEye, which are into smart logistics. So that again, it is linked with the pandemic situation that the government of Oman is looking to digitize the complete the logistics ecosystem. So there was another opportunity we were. So my summary, I think I'll close on that. That the in this tough situation, the entrepreneur or the company owners, we should work on with the government sectors of our origination and try to resolve their use cases to support this situation. And in the last, we are also working with the governments to support this unlocking the whole market. So we are creating algorithms, we are creating a solution where this crowd management and the social distancing thing can be maintained. And again, I'm very proud to have another association with an Indian company who's helping us to do this together with the government of Oman. So I personally feel that this COVID has not stopped us in doing the business. But it's a matter to basically conceive the concept properly and focus on the use cases and create and be, of course, motivated in all this situation. And the good part is that, of course, my parents, my father is in Oman for last 45 years. So we all family are here in Oman. But so my parents were very concerned that doing all this, I hope you're not going outside. So, but the good thing is with this technology and with this, with all the solution partners, by sitting at home, we did businesses, we created a good value for the country, a good support for the citizen. And I would like to say to all members that we should be motivated and create more opportunities and more partner opportunities in the coming months as well. Thank you very much. I open for any question on that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this. Yes, Sandeep, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Said. It was insightful and visionary, and most of all are technical, so we could connect your technical aspects of all the details. So the next speaker is Mr.
Sandeep, I will. I'm just sorry. I mean, I just have a quick question because it's Oman, and Oman is a very important trade partner with India, and there's a lot of cross-border trade between Oman and India. And you talked about a lot of technological, I mean, advances which I mean your company and as the government of Oman is doing, and especially considering the current COVID-19 scenario. So I mean, do you think there has been number of agri-produce and I mean food processed food I mean trade between India and Oman, and so I mean because it's like a standstill. So do you have any idea how the government of Oman is thinking about when it can resume to the fullest or to 50% of what it was in pre-COVID-19 era?
Yes. If I understood your question, basically the two part of what Oman is doing. See, Oman has, from the food perspective, they have a holding company which is basically focused on the security and the let's say the addition of from the food perspective, they are focusing on the seeds, meat, poultry. And all this, they have a good association again with a lot of Indian partnerships, and we have seen a lot of other areas like agriculture, also from the automobile, where a lot of joint Indian investments have been created in the country. So I personally foresee that, of course, Oman-India relationship is very strong in terms of technology and many other sectors, even from the learning perspective. A lot of Omanis have been going to India for education, and all these investments are creating more education opportunities for Omani members to go in India and do the education there. So I think, yes, this relationship will continue, and although in this situation, and I'm sure when they open up the market, we foresee more fruitful associations in the future.
Thank you so much.
So now we would welcome Mr. Piyush Kaushik. He has got extensive knowledge of ground reality of Russian market, also in government licensing, purchasing, and interim management and audit. Being a CFE professional and eminent expert on Indo-Russian business and many more, I would like to request Mr. Kaushik to enlighten us on Indian-Russian business possibilities. Himanshu, please unmute his.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Oh, good. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone.
Good morning, Piyush.
And all the distinguished core speakers from different countries. First of all, I want to thank the core group of Entrepreneur Association of India team for organizing this eSUMMIT, and especially Mr. Stephen. I've worked for like few years and been pleasant working with them. So basically at Business Intelligence Russia, we deal more with the risk management and compliance and doing and what's involved with doing business and the running of business in Russia. So actually the word entrepreneur, the Oxford Dictionary explains it as a person who makes money by starting and running businesses, and especially when it's involved with taking financial risks. So risks in Russia are totally in a different league, but that should be a different topic for a different day, I think. But today, since this risk factor, which has come up with COVID, actually, this has been a very interesting position around the world, because it seems that no one ever thought of such a big pandemic and such an effect of this pandemic on the economies, on the people, and all with all these lockdowns. It has been something of a big magnitude. So let me try to share the screen so that at least we have an idea that where Russia is and what are the sheer, just a minute. This is where we are, practically covering half of the globe and 17 million square meters across. The west to east border, you can see the number is around 6,000 something kilometers, and the north to south borders, and 11 time zones. So this is how we are spread across the globe, and this is like COVID numbers. They must be everywhere right now. So this is the number of cases we have in Russia as of yesterday, and the minimum number of deaths. So back to the numbers. I don't want to share the numbers of the GDP in Russia, because for the last few years, the Russian government and the Russian businesses have learned to live in a sanctioned environment. And coming into this COVID situation, more or less the GDP was in such a state that the economy was in a state where it was mostly dependent on the internal market. It was exports were there, obviously. We have exports of natural resources going out of the country all the time, and that's the major economy is based on it. So that was the position with the GDP of Russia. It was more or less in the sanctioned state. And thank God that we didn't have this COVID in Russia. It didn't initiate in Russia, otherwise we would have 1,000 more sanctions from USA and European Union. So that is one of the things I just wanted to share. So right now, the government in Russia and across the world, they are giving different sort of packages, stimulus packages for small businesses, big businesses, which are running by the government itself and the private corporations. But in Russia, 80% of the business is the government business, or it's controlled by the government. So the rest of the business, they are getting some kind of support, but who will be the ultimate beneficiary of all these funds in Russia? And the same way, I just want to, maybe I'll make it a bit global in all the countries, who will be the ultimate beneficiary of all these funds? We'll have to look after some time, because right now, you know, announcements, and what's reaching the pocket of the entrepreneur or the business, this is quite risky to assess right now, because I'll put it that way. So from the Russian perspective in Russia, and I think this can be spread across the world, that this pandemic COVID has broken all management and risk management scenarios. Actually, this digitalization, e-component, it has increased exponentially, and the same way the losses have also increased exponentially. Even like people who were offline, all the shops, all the businesses were offline, even big corporations, there were corporations who were offline, but they wanted to be online overnight. At the same time, those who were online already, they didn't have the capacity to serve and deliver either. Certainly it was like, you know, the online companies didn't have enough vans, the companies who were, the call centers didn't have operators to reply and to serve. So we had this situation where population across the continents have done so many things simultaneously online that no one ever thought. And the this artificial intelligence models, they were implemented, but this is our assessment here in Russia, that for some time, even they lost when there was a surge. You know, there were bots were down, the bots couldn't reply, and the artificial intelligence, even in the call centers or the service centers, they were unable to take the scope, they take the search, sorry. For example, in a country like in Russia, if you say you want to order groceries, which have to be delivered across 150 kilometers. And these distances are, so there are various normal distances in Russia, because the huge country you've seen on the map. But integration of offline and online was never thought of in such a scope earlier, you know. And we have this different kind of information, and obviously all the economies and the economists now, they have said that, okay, this was the black swan moment, and we have to now take this further from here. And it was like, you know, a paradox, or the nature's grace, that in India, you had this red flamingos traveling into Mumbai from all the way, which was like a new thing. So it's happened anyway. So, and all these models now, they have to be rethought. The risk models, and this entrepreneur definition comes into the play here. Since I mentioned earlier that risk is everywhere and it's for everyone, and the entrepreneur minds, now they have to find new solutions in this post-pandemic world and be well prepared for the next one. That's where entrepreneurs, from the risk factor, they're in the same category now. It's across world, across globe, across the globe, practically, you know, we've seen it, what's happened. And just to speak about the different technologies already being used, you know, like we had a big funding corporation which was doing nanotechnologies, then there were 3D printing, etc., but none of the fine solutions overnight. They had huge fundings, so then millions of masks overnight, they could not print. And I'll tell you, in Russia, there was the red zones in hospitals. This has been in practice, and this has been tested that, okay, there were different kind of fundings. Hospitals were getting different fundings. But and then when the doctors went for treating the patients into the red zones, they had to use a simple walkie-talkie and the simple feature phone. Why? Because in the PPE, personal your face IDs don't work, don't work, all your masks. So that is also a fact that all these technologies which had huge fundings. So ultimately, it has to be audited somewhere later where all this funding was spent and why it didn't work when it was needed most. So in this pandemic, the policies of government are trying to help businesses. Many terms and conditions are being put, at least in Russia. There's so many terms and conditions, ifs, buts, commas, full stops that who will get to survive on government funding, or the entrepreneur find the way himself. So I might not sound positive, but this is how it's put the entrepreneurs in Russia, at least, in the place where they have to find the solutions themselves. And the Indian word the government is also used now. Atma was always Atmanirbhar. As far so digital connectivity is everything is there in the e-format now. Online mode is the new norm, what we will see around. But I think want to make a very simple point and conclude with that simple point that, we as internal auditors, risk managers in Russia, we support a lot of businesses. But now the value of words, faith, and truth change. It's new now. When you're reconnected, you're doing things in e-format, but these basic words, trust, faith, and truth, these will help the entrepreneurs to go forward. And to be honest, the letter E should relate more to the entrepreneurs, because this will make more sense. I think these entrepreneurs in each country, in Russia and India has a lot of entrepreneurs, and these will the new bunch of people who will help doing the rebuilding of the post-COVID economies, and globally and locally. So I think this is where I would like to conclude, and I would like to bring the contract.
Thank you. It's really nice to hear your views on the current situation. So with this, we to an end of our first session. I thank Mr. Abhishek, Saurabh from US, Stephen from Taiwan, Sanjeev Sinha-san from Japan, Bill from Switzerland, Adrian, Singapore, Bart from Australia, Mr. Franco from Italy, Mr. Saeed from Oman, and Piyush from Moscow, Russia. It was really very nice to hear you all learned and great speaker. And we are really thankful that you took out your time, and especially on the odd hours. I must say that the time zones are quite different, and especially we all are into very difficult time. But you all took out your time, and so I thank once again every speakers. Now we got for next 15 minutes, we got a question and answer session. So we have some questions from the participants as well, and we would also request our speakers, if they got any questions, they can, and I request that, let's now summarize it, conclude it from the perspective of our respective countries, and from India side as well. So I again thank everybody, and then we'll quickly run through the question answer session. Thank you.
So Roshan, can you help us? I mean, which is the first question we should take, because the speakers will be waiting.
Sure. Give me 1 second. So this was for from Gaurav earlier. So for Bill, this was quite interesting to know your thoughts and positive vibe with the current scenario. However, how you can see somebody new entering the entrepreneurship mindset, and what will be the best strategy to hook up the business collaboration with global perspective? This question was for Bill, but anybody else can answer as well. Bill, you there?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm here. I'm
All right,
diligently
you're on new
following.
colors now. Great. Different colors. Wonderful.
Yeah, I figured I did my presentation so I could get out of my white shirt and put on my football shirt.
If you want to share the presentation a bit, we have 2 minutes for you. If you want to share something.
No. Basically,
Okay.
I just wanted to try and respond to the question. Basically, could you just? Sure. I was going to ask you just to repeat the question. If
sure,
you
I will do that again. So Bill, thanks. It was quite interesting to know your thoughts and positive vibe around the current scenario. How do you see one can enter the market for new entrepreneurs, right? What will be the best strategy to hook up with different businesses globally? What kind of collaborations do you suggest? So overall, he wants to know how he can go global, how he can start, first things to do and whatnot. Yeah.
That's okay.
That's
that's a huge question, but I'm right. Going to try and summarize perhaps an approach. Let me put my academic cap on here and say, look, my friend. There are going to be different types of markets. When you look at the world out there, there are going to be different types of markets, and you can balance perhaps your aptitude. Two pillars. One of which is how attractive is that particular market, right? And on the other side is what is your ability to compete in that particular market? If a market is extremely attractive and you have a very high ability to compete, perhaps in your domestic market, you may be a major player, then obviously in that type of scenario, we're looking at direct investment or growing your potential or whatever the case may be. I'm trying to keep this as short as possible. Other markets which are, let's say, of medium attractiveness and where your ability to compete is also of a medium nature, there you might want to think about more things like strategic alliances, okay, or partnerships or joint ventures with partners in your target market to offset, if you will, what you're lacking, either one, market attractiveness, or alternatively, your ability to compete. And then we get to a third scenario where the market is not very attractive and obviously your ability to compete is very low, and I would suggest that you stay out of those markets. Now, you may say that sounds really obvious, but I'm working with a British customer, a major company whose name I won't mention, who got into a market precisely within that third quadrant. Okay, so it still does happen. So basically, what you're looking at is the market attractive, and what is your ability to compete? Okay, those are really kind of the two levers.
Right. What is demand and what is supply? So definitely. And to attendees, I'll request that please put at whom you want to ask questions, because I do see there are other questions, but which speaker you like to ask, right? So definitely put that name and then put your question. That will be helpful for us. So for next question, I can open to any panelist who want to answer. The question is, do we expect a downtrend in consulting business, especially in HR, given the current scenario and employment on rise in even developing countries, be it US or be it India? Any one of them can take it. Can I pick anyone, Adriel or Gard?
I'll jump onto that.
Sure.
I've been at consulting, Ross, for my goodness, well on to 30 years now, right? And I've seen a number of business recessions come and business recessions go. One of the things, I remember the first one when it first hit, I panicked because I was like, oh my goodness, my business is pure. I'm going to starve to death, lose my house. The worst case scenarios go through your mind until you realize that to some extent, we're an early indicator, okay? Because when it comes to cut, what they tend to do is cut peripheral costs, and consultants are often considered to be peripheral costs. So what I've seen over the last, say, more than a decade or so, particularly when you begin to see an economic downturn, as the gentleman from the World Bank mentioned earlier on this morning, is consultants are often the first to get cut, right? On the other hand, when things begin to pick up, we're also in cases kind of, the canary in the mine type of thing. When business begins to pick up, you'll see your business begin to pick up perhaps a little bit earlier than some of the more mainstream production businesses, simply because they're using your expertise to leverage their next step into into growth or continuing their business.
Great feedback. To the audience, if any of you would like to ask a direct question, we would like to unmute you so that you can ask to anyone, to Garth, to Bill, or Adriel. Please go ahead. We'll take 30 seconds pause so that you can think of the question, and then we will unmute yourself so that you can ask the question. Is it fine, Sasi and Abhishek?
May I ask?
Sure. Yeah. Please, Professor Franco.
Yeah.
Did you say something?
Having this kind of international experience you have, mainly Ross, yourself, and mainly the last speaker, what is, the question is, what is the best way today of honest business commitment for a given country, for a given factory, to India market and to other markets in Asia? This is what we are looking for, having, as I told you, a very strong support from your embassy in Rome and a very strong support from our embassy in Delhi. So the question is, I need your information, your support, Dr. Ross, and even Bill Carney. I appreciate very much his comments. We need to have a different, we need to have a different attitude in doing business today. The country are really facing very big difficulties, not just because of COVID. COVID is really devastating our healthcare systems in every country, but COVID will induce a very big will have a very big economic impact on our business capability, on our factories, on our countrymen. So we need to find a different, more moderate, smarter approach to doing business, introducing, as I told you, the idea of having also a scientific educational research committee.
If I can jump in there, Professor, I think that one of the things that COVID is going to do and has done is legitimize the scientific community. I know we have
I fully agree.
We have a rather vocal president on the other side of the pond here who is perhaps the alien in the group, but I think the rest of the world I think has come to appreciate and to follow and to recognize that if that science is to some extent the cutting edge of human progress and experience. And my experience here in Switzerland the last 3 months in terms of how we've driven the curve down simply by following the advice of the scientists. It's not rocket scientists. It's not rocket science. All we did was follow what they suggested. So I think there's been a great legitimation of the scientific community, and I'm very happy to see that. On the second issue, I'd like to get back to what the gentleman from Australia said, and I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, but he mentioned that business is always done between people. And that's something that I think governments often forget, that when a government says it wants to help another government or it wants to help another country, for example, I want to go help Ethiopia, or I do a lot of work in Africa, or I want to go help Rwanda. People often forget that business is done by people. It's not done by governments. And so therefore, and successful business requires that there be this chemical reaction that the gentleman referred to earlier, where you actually trust and actually like that person because you're doing business with that person, not with the government or not with the company that they represent. And in parts of the world where I do business, Africa particularly, and parts of the Middle East, that personal relationship is everything. So that's hopefully maybe, Professor, a partial input at least to the second aspect of your question.
Great. Adriel, you there? Hello? And Japan? Okay, no. All right, so I'll ask the next question. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Rohit. I'm from Delhi and from Soliamai, and also a part of the EAI and BEA. So my question is not specific to any of the speakers. However, I just want to know that how you all guys see the tourism industry. Okay, so what you see 2 years how it's gonna respond to the market? because we can see the market is closed now and there's no scope of tourism in next 2 years. So what should be the preparation for the industry guys? I mean, if they are sitting at, and they're looking for the opportunity, what should they do in this period of the time? I mean, it's really challenging for them. So what kind of the solutions they provide, and what should be the direction for them so that this industry remain and sustain in the market? Thank you.
Oh boy. Can I jump on that one, Ross?
Yes, sure. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm currently doing some marketing work with a couple of destinations, and so your comment is very pointed. Let me just give you one example. A company in East Africa that I'm working with has recently had to lay off 800 people simply because there is no longer any traffic to their game parks wherever it might be throughout East Africa. Okay, we can't work on. And there's an infrastructure and logistical issue in terms of even our being able to present, quote unquote, a germ-free or virus-free through. So there's an article that I wrote that I put on LinkedIn called, 8 marketing tips for a recession. Rohit, may I suggest you hit my LinkedIn page, have a read on that article, because I think there are a few points there that will respond to some of your questions. One of the key issues, though, is to maybe reframe or think about reframing what our initial value proposition is. That's one of them. The second is you may have to pivot. In other words, you might have been an Indian clothing manufacturer who suddenly has shut down and now moves into the PPE business, as I've had several friends contact me from India who used to manufacture clothing who are now selling PPE into the US market. So the second one is that you actually might have to pivot. And then the third, perhaps, and this to me is the most viable, is take a look at the market segments that you've been serving, okay? One of the tips, or kind of the light bulb went off for me when a hotel in Geneva starting rooms at $700, $800 a night, which even by Geneva prices is high. But what they were doing was they guaranteed you a free COVID test upon arrival, and they guaranteed that all of the people in the hotel had also been tested, right? So this was basically your COVID haven. You could run to this hotel, check in, stay there, and basically know that you were cool. Now, recently, if you've been following the stock market and whatever, quite a lot of people are actually doing very well, even though the market's gone down. And what I've suggested to some folks is if you have the ability, push your product offering up market, okay? Rather than fighting in the red ocean of middle-class customers, maybe you now begin to cater to high net worth individuals. Yes, they won't meet your volume targets, no, but they will bring in some revenue, and you may discover that this may be the only market segment that has both the ability and the capability to buy your product, whether it's a safari in Africa, whether it's a trip looking at tigers in India, whatever the case may be. There are people who can afford it. They fly in on their own planes. They're not worried about this. However, you've got to be able to, have a product offering for them. That is a solution that I've recommended that I saw work in our last recession, working with some cruise operators based in Barbados. Okay, so that it's, think about reframing your value proposition, and also think about, retargeting your customer. Who could and still wants to afford your product? Yeah, your market's going to shrink. We know that. There's nothing we can do about that. We have 18 parks. 16 of them are going to be closed, but maybe we can take 2, repurpose the 2, pivot towards high net worth individuals, even provide private landing strips, and thereby continue to at least generate some revenues while we wait for this pandemic to be over.
Perfect. So now I think, Himansu, if we can unmute everyone, we can open up the conversation.
Yeah.
And
so I have a question from Piyush Patil.
Sure.
Yeah. Hi, Piyush. How are you doing? And since you're based out of Russia, and I have learned from my past experience and from the history and everything. So what I have seen is there are a lot of bilateral trades between India and US, but I think they are only limited to the big companies and government. So what are the kind of business opportunities? Am I audible to you? Am I audible to you? Wait. I'll change the medium.
Hi, am I audible to you now, Piyush?
This is much better.
Yeah. So basically, what I have learned from my past experience and the history, what I have read from the books and everything, that Russia and Indian bilateral trade have been limited to the bigger organizations and government. So I would like to know, and I think a lot of other startups would like to know, that what are the kind of businesses which a common person can get engaged with related to Russia, and which has an opportunity to, and is a win-win situation for both of them.
Yes, you're right. By saying, because the basic and the main business between Russia and India, it's government to government. Okay. So, but there is scope for Indian companies also, because there are companies which have put up factories here. There's pharma industry which is doing good here in Russia. Then even Berger Paints, it's a company that put up a factory here in Russia. It's working. Then there's UV Flex, which is producing different kind of packaging films. So there are a lot of businesses which are doing here, doing good, and they're doing.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. That either they are the bigger companies or they are the governments.
Yeah, but at the same time, there are companies, small entrepreneurs who are exporting from India, different kind of items. Maybe it is handicrafts, maybe it's some kind of silk, maybe some kind of wool, which is specific to India. Which brings special, to be very frank, Russian people have a lot of love for Indian people, So whatever is connected to India, it sells. It sells in the sense that if you can give them the quality, you can give them the quality, you can give them the love with that product which sent from India. So this makes some value for them, because this is a recent example. We have parathas, Indian parathas being made by Chinese companies and being sent into Russia. Yeah. So this is different perspective. Someone is just selling an Indian name, but at the same time, you are in India and digitalize niche for your product. And if you are good at making that product, then obviously you can find a niche.
That's true, and we hope that the corridor between the Indian-Russian partnership through the Entrepreneur Association of India will open for the startups and the smaller businesses, with the help of people like you. Thank you, Piyush.
We can always help whenever it's needed on the platform which is provided by the Entrepreneur Association of India. We are ready to support if anything, any kind of legal advice or any kind of research-based information is needed. We can always support the entrepreneurs to come and have a look.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I once again thank all the speakers, Bill, Piyush, everybody who shared a thought. And so we got, with this, we come to an end of this session 1. We got a quick break for, now we are ahead of time. So we'll just take a quick break of 5 minutes. And then we will start with, there are a lot more speakers from Spain, Cyprus, Qatar, US, United Arab Emirates. So stay tuned, and during this break as well, we are online and we'll be very happy to take questions from the participants. We'll just note it down, and then we'll resume exactly at 10:12 or 10:13. Sorry, 12:13. And then we'll continue with our speakers. Thank you.
I mean, people are open to have discussions who stay in discussion for like 5-7 minutes. Like I'm. And we have more questions, I mean, from the participants. Or anyone from the participants who want to share their questions, query, feedbacks. We still have 6 minutes for that.
And let me tell you that this is happening for the first time that a company is ahead of the schedule in such events.
Right.
Great work so far from the speakers as well as EAI team.
Yeah, and from the participants also, they were very smart.
Both,
Yeah,
yes, for the participants also, and we really hope that they're getting their good time, over here with the speakers.
Many of the participants are texting that they are not comfortable in English, so they do go ahead in Hindi.
No, we will translate.
We can happy to translate.
Hindi
Why not?
them.
We are happy to translate.
I have just shared with them that you can share with us.
So anyone he wants to speak in Hindi. Any of one of us will translate that in English for the speakers, and we can translate back in Hindi for them.
We can do it. Because if somebody has a query, I did not understand what they particularly said, then what we can do is some of us can really translate that.
Or anyone, please share questions in the chat. We'll love to ask to the speakers, or you can go ahead and ask itself.
May I ask again another question?
Sure, Professor. Yeah, please.
Yeah, let me have your comments about what we can really do together in the COVID era, which is still a big problem, and it will last as a big problem till the fall and maybe till next year or every year. We do have you have very good technology in India, I know. You have a very advanced technology and scientific progress. But we'd like to share with you some diagnostic COVID technologies, some sanitizing technology for environment, and some technology for protecting people. You already have some of it. You don't have to buy them from China because we have big trouble in buying them from China. But the question I would like to address the audience with is the next emergency is really water, clean water supply to small villages at affordable cost, and agriculture support to develop the quality and the quantity of food. Every country, every district of India, as every country in the world deserve. If you want to answer this question, we are really ready to provide you very nice, cheap technologies to share with the Indian national or local governments. I know it's difficult. It's a difficult moment because all the expenditure will be limited and will be controlled by the national and regional government. But it's better to do something than to wait and not to do anything. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Professor. If I may say something.
No, I'm just asking you, my friends, if you think that, as I put in the written comments, that we should find a way to support India in this moment of the COVID era, because it's still growing. The problem is still growing there. In protecting
Well,
people,
yes.
in sanitizing the water, in sanitizing the environments, and the next emergency, which will start immediately due to the economical crisis, will be to support and to find a good way to provide the people with clean water and essential foods.
Yes, yes, Professor, you are very much right, and we really appreciate your concern. And India is full of natural resources, but the only thing which you just rightly mentioned, that we have to clean the water. We do have a lot of water in India which is drinkable, but the issue is that it is not fully clean to be drunk. So, and the same with the food. India has a lot of land, but do not have efficient technology to grow and soil grains and all these things in such a way wherein we can get a lot of efficiency out of it. So yes, we are seeking for help from the countries which are technologically little ahead. But in terms of the natural resources, I think we have enough of it, and we look forward for the support of every country in that.
Who is answering me? I don't understand who is answering me. Shashi Mohan? Who was answering me?
Manoj is.
That was
Manoj.
Yeah.
Manoj.
Yes, yes.
I liked very much the comment of Dr. Ross. Let me stress it again. I understand the Indian national policy of the government was to limit the technology transfer and the open innovation, not just for economic reasons, also for economic reasons, but because you were importing very highly advanced, technologically advanced technology from United States, and some very poor technology from China, honestly. The prices, the cost of this technology was very low, and this was very attractive. Now, if I understood from Dr. Ross, your government will think about introducing and controlling, as other governments are doing, even China, even Azerbaijan. I have some experience in Central Asia country. They are controlling, because of the economic crisis, the technology transfer and the open innovation, because it is costly, and you have every country has limited resources, and they will have much more limited resources due to the economic crisis. So my idea and my suggestion, but I want your opinion, is to find together the good technologies, the essential technologies, at the right cost, supporting also research, education, and training of technical people, and research and the maintenance of these technologies. Because the problem is not just to introduce a technology, is to train the people and to let them use correctly and to keep the technologies. Otherwise, they won't be useful at all. Sorry for my emotionally
I'm
involvement in
completely
India.
agreed with comments, but definitely I feel if you see my comments, things will change, things will go global, things will go very local. I've been telling that we have metropolitan cities, New York, Berlin, Switzerland, but we will have small innovation hubs in very small cities, and it's happening. We have internet, we have roads, right? That will bring things closer for small innovations. Over to you, Abhishek. Yeah, I feel you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you in between. We are like 2 minutes late. Thank you so much, Professor Franco, and for making the conversation very, very effective, and it was very informative. You gave a lot of perspective from different sectors, and now we are going to start our session 2, and the first session was very, very fruitful. Mr. Shashi Mohan has already given thanks to our speakers from US, Taiwan, Japan, Switzerland, Singapore, Australia, Italy, Oman, and Russia. Now I would like to welcome our speaker from Spain, who is Mr. Antonio, and Mr. Antonio Lopez is CEO of Rida Law, based out in Madrid, Spain. He's got a degree in economics and law. He's member of several elite economic associations there and admirer of Indo-Spanish business collaboration. Mr. Antonio, we understand that it is like 8:45. The time early morning, and but we are very excited to have you here. And I would at the same time I'd like to welcome all the other speakers, Mr. Stefan Nolte from Cyprus, Mr. Tat Katur from Israel, Mr. Naveen Pathak from USA, His Excellency Hussein Al Mamadi from UAE, Dr. Christoph from Germany, and Mr. Matthew. So, Mr. Antonio, we would like to hear from you. Welcome once again. IT team, can you unmute him?
Mansu, can you hear?
IT team, Himanshu, can you unmute him? Our speaker, please.
Okay,
Yeah, it's audible.
thank you. Okay, so basically, first of all, thank you very much to invite me to this conference. Quite very interesting introduction of many of you, obviously, global scenario to this global pandemic we have worldwide. In relation with the situation that really we are living, basically I would like to introduce you a few general concepts in terms of the Spanish perspective, right? This global pandemic obviously is affecting in a different way to the different countries and the different manufacturing and services sectors. Especially the consequences for Spain, which is the scenario that we are living. Maybe most of you, we know that we are having the highest rates in relation with people affected, people diseased. Our economy obviously is going to be under recession and under a crisis due to we are a 47 population. But the first consequence of this pandemic, especially locally in Spain, is going to be that the Spanish economy, the Spanish entrepreneurs are quite dynamic. We are normally, like you know, we export and we are trying to do international business. So basically, it is going to be in a restructuring of our productivity at our competitive rates, looking for especially the companies, the service companies, and the trading companies, manufacturing companies going into the technology. I have heard before, any of you who have introduced, obviously, that India is a very, very advanced country in all related with technology. And in this case, Spain, for sure, we have an accent to go over in terms of to increase our productivity, our competitive based on technology. Looking forward to go international markets. What we have really as our strength, obviously, is the being a country as a focus on investment. So we receive many international currency on different sectors, strategic sectors, and especially property and or investments, our security on legal and our law structure in relation with other and sharing with all UE countries. And second thing, which is the quite most important, which we are going to be affected, is the tourism, right? I have heard before as well the tourism world. We are the second worldwide country. Last year we have over 83 million of people visiting Spain and living here their monies. But this global pandemic, I would like to introduce you as well, that I think, like on all the crisis time period, is an opportunity. And this opportunity, especially linking in these terms with India, where I really have in Russia. what is happening between USA and China, right? What is the origin of this problem? I have a few questions, right? It is this week, there is a lot of news stating that this corona has been produced in a laboratory, that it has been over control for a Chinese laboratory. So I think that it's a big opportunity for Indian market to explore much more options into Europe. Right? Why? Because China has now position. It's more in a difficult position in the international political scenario with their difficult and cold relationships with USA. And I was introducing 2-3 days ago that really, I think Europe with a better view, a more consistent and more solid trading relationships in the markets with India. India markets for all many sectors. And I can say the Professor Franco Nacarella before, the feeling from Europe for India, for the Indian people is good. There is a big communities of Indians in the UK. There are, but all has to be with technology. All has to be with know-how. All has to be with. I think that there is an opportunity now for this. In relation with this opportunity, obviously as well, the opportunities for Europe into India is we have overflow of production. The demand in our country is going to drop for the production and manufacturing for different industries. So obviously, Spain, like I understand other countries of Europe, needs to sell their exceedance of products, and Spain needs, like other countries, and especially as well Italy. But I think that it is doing, their politicians are doing a little bit better than the Spanish politicians, the activity to go over the measures to go over this corona. But I understand that there is a breach of opportunities for the exportation of this exceedance of know-how, this exceedance of products that really Spain can now sell into our local market and or into the Europe market. Yesterday, and with this I leave you guys my intro speeching. Nissan from Japan has confirmed the closing of their factory, 3 factories, 1 main factory in Barcelona, in Catalonia, and 2 satellite factories, which is going to automatically employ 3,000 people, and indirect companies surrounding this main activity for 25,000. Why? Because obviously the selling of the cars in the last months have been decreased dramatically. So we are consultants. We are in this industry. We are exchanging now this global concept about how it's affecting every local country, but as well how it's affecting the global situation for the worldwide, because there is not a country that really is not going to be affected directly or indirectly for this new scenario. I understand that until the vacuum is not completed and there is a big racing between different countries, it looks like New Zealand, it looks like China, it looks like Russia are going to have the solution for this pandemic. But now I understand that we have a scenario where we, and the business entrepreneur or the people that advise business entrepreneur, we have the possibility to start to work closely in this in order to say where is necessary to support business entrepreneur companies and corporations transferring their products, transferring the oversupply to other countries that really can assume these demands and these productions. So finally, I want to incorporate that we are in a position that really would allow us to support the economy, because if we do not support the economy, we don't support the companies, we don't support the business people who makes the risks, who is going to generate income, who is going to generate taxation, who is generate social benefits in order to cover the life and the social services for our population on every single country. So I finally want to say many thanks to Mr. Shashi Mohan, who invited me to this seminar, and I would like to exchange and share with you conceptually which are your views in relation with these concepts. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and it was really nice, hearing about.
Not audible, Sheikh.
Am I audible? Hello.
It's a little better, but still, I think if you can put the mic a little more closer.
Hello.
Yeah,
Am
it's
I
better
audible?
now. Yeah, audible now.
Thank you so much, Antonio, and thank you for your insights and the thoughts and the information was. It would be very for the cross-border trade, and I hope there would be some questions we can take, after the session. So now I'd like to welcome next speaker, Mr. Stephen Nolte from Cyprus. Mr. Nolte is the MD of Shanda Consult, Cyprus, and also Lemita Middle East. He's an expert on foreign trade and cross-border industrial investments. So I welcome Mr. Stephen, and I request him to share his insights. Himanshu, can you unmute, please? Can you unmute our speaker?
Unmuted,
yes,
sorry.
Sir.
So my name is Stefan Nolte. I'm the owner and managing director of Shanda Consult in Cyprus. I'm living here since 20 years now. And I would like to start my words with a little bit of information about Cyprus and India relations. It is interesting. Cyprus is a very small country, and maybe some of you may not know even where it is. I don't know, but there's a very strong tie, very strong ties between Cyprus and India, which come partly from the fact that we have a shared history, being both a colony of the British. And Cyprus has been in 1960. The stepfather, fourth president of Cyprus, Mr. Klerides, was the personal doctor of Mahatma Gandhi. And this was the wife, the doctor was Dr. Abraham Lukács, and he had a Lila, and she married Klerides, who later became a president. And in 1972, there was a bust of the daughter next to the parliament in Cyprus. And the bust of Mr. Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi, is the only bust of a foreign statesman in Cyprus. And India is the country with most official visits to Cyprus since the beginning of the Republic. There's no year where not at least 3, 4, 5 ministers of India visit Cyprus. And since the independence of India, there was only one president who did not visit Cyprus. So there's a very good, we always have a very good Indian High Commissioner in Cyprus. She's working with the team, or now it's lady, for economic firming of the relations, and also for cultural cooperation. We have a community of around 8,000 in Cyprus, and many of them, of course, are housemates and students, but we also have a number of companies, Indian companies here in Cyprus. We have 2 Indian shipping lines who have their offices here and big operations. But of course, in figures, the trade in both sides is small, because Cyprus itself is a small country with 860, 870,000 population. So this is just 3-4 streets of Delhi. And but compared with the size of Cyprus, India is important. There is a very diversified trade between the 2 countries. Cyprus is importing from India organic chemicals, oil seeds, grains, seeds and fruits, industrial and medicinal plants, machinery, mechanical appliances, electrical machinery, equipment, sound recorders, televisions and parts, and pharmaceutical products, of course, as all the world does. And on the other hand, Cyprus is exporting to India. The ships and boats, very strong position, have aluminium articles, which are partly or mainly window frames. We have a very good factory in Cyprus with very advanced technology and very strong R&D, producing aluminium window frames. Then iron and steel, and machinery and mechanical appliances, among others. And I had the honor to accompany the President of the Republic of Cyprus on his official visit to India in April 2017. I was a part of the business delegation to Mumbai and Delhi. And we had very fruitful meetings there. Coming to COVID-19, which didn't pass Cyprus without touching it, of course, Cyprus acted very quickly. Being a German myself, I'm looking at Germany, of course. Part of my family is living there. And if I compare how Germany and Cyprus approached the upcoming COVID-19 disease, I have to say that Germany discussed a lot until they finally start to do something, which was really late. Germany started, they lost 3-4 weeks in doing anything by discussing. And in Cyprus, the government was much more decisive. The airports were closed on, I think, was it around mid of March, and since then it's still closed. So we don't import any viruses anymore. And hotels were closed mid of March as well. We had a curfew until Thursday last week, from 9 in the evening to 6 in the morning, total curfew. And we had a lockdown for the rest of the time, and we were not allowed to leave houses without an electronic permission that we received through SMS, and we were only allowed to leave the house once per day. However, the companies which had offices that have at least 8 square meters per person, per employee, were allowed to open and to work. Our office is very large, and we continue to work all the time. Some of our employees, they worked from home because they had to look after their children, the small children, because kindergartens were closed. But other employees, they came to the office every day. And I have to say that business is down by 95%, but so there's not so much to do in the office right now. but we continued coming to the office for our psychology, to keeping a little bit of normality. Because one of the biggest problems during the crisis is how our psychology is affected. And we focused on ways to limit the negative effect on our psychology, because if you have a bad psychology, you will have no energy, no wish to work anything. You just let yourself go, and that won't help as well. Now, cafes and restaurants and shops, retail shops, were totally closed for more than 2 months, except supermarkets and markets.
Hello.
We lost you.
Hi, Mr. Stephen. You there?
We lost you, Stephen.
Let's wait for 10-15 seconds. Let's see if he's back, or else we'll move on to the next speaker.
I think yes. Hello, Stephen, are you there?
He seems to have a bad connection.
I think we have lost the connection.
Yes, amigo. Okay, so I think I thank Stephen for his thoughts, and especially informing us the long, deep-rooted connection of India with Spain. Thank you, Stephen. We hope that you join us in the question and answer session. Our next speaker, Mr. Yusuf Khalid, is not with us due to some urgency to him. Before I invite Mr. Tal Katran from Israel, I quickly wish to inform you all gentlemen and the participants that we are from Entrepreneur Association of India. We started it with the view that we all entrepreneurs. This organization is run by entrepreneurs only. I mean, we all are doing our own respective entities, and we do have our own respective engagements. We started Entrepreneur Association of India to do this kind of activities, to bring together the speakers, industry experts, the mentors, and connect them with the entrepreneurs, the budding entrepreneurs. We have been working particularly from the Indian scenario. It's very important that any organization or any people need to go down to the tier 2, tier 3 cities because it's a very vast country and having a big geography. And we have seen in past that a lot of innovation and good ideas and thoughts have been emerging from the cities which are even far than the metro cities and big cities. So our focus is to connect the budding entrepreneurs, young youth, women, even in the far remote places of India, and provide them a platform wherein we can connect them globally, and so that we, some sort of advantage they can also get it in excelling in whatever activities they are doing. We are very thankful. We are okay. One more thing I would like to tell that we are based at Delhi, and we have state chapters in almost all the states, and we have been doing this sort of activities. We did National Agripreneur Summit 2 years back, again in Delhi. We did it in Pune. We are running a lot of startup programs and workshops. We run startup yatras, and we motivate people. So for further details, definitely, I mean, we have so many things on our website and on the site. So with this, I thank you again.
I think Shashi, we have Stephen is back. He will like to add something.
Yeah, so, Stephen, so we lost your connection in between. So would you like to conclude? Then
yeah, he's there.
Move on to the other speaker. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was our internet connection here in the office that suddenly went off somewhere, but things came back. So what I would like to add to what I said before is we are, since last week Thursday, we have almost all restrictions lifted. Shops are open, retail shops are open, companies are working, construction sites are working. The only thing remaining is that people are not allowed to gather more than 10 people in public. We do not have mandatory mask wearing rules. We don't have to do it. Staff working in shops, etc., they do have to wear masks, and in restaurants and cafes. The airport will open on the 9th of June again in 2 steps by a certain group of companies. But of course, the damage to the country is big because tourism is one of the major sources of income for Cyprus, and people in the world will not be over enthusiastic to fly somewhere right now, because everybody is in fear, or people have no money, they lost their jobs. Those who did not lose their jobs, they want to save the money for worse times. Maybe that's the second wave of the virus, etc., etc. 2 points in general. There's a lot of talks in the world promoting remote working. And if you read social media and the web and LinkedIn, etc., it looks like all the world will be remotely working now. My personal opinion is that this is quite a nonsense. Not that I find it nonsense, but it's not practical. Yes, young single people, they can manage working remotely, but as soon as you have kids which run around of you, you won't have any efficiency in working anymore. Or if somebody lives with a family, maybe wife or husband or parents, etc., plus children, most people do not have an appropriate place in their house or flat. Way. And we all saw some little video clips where well-known business people or governmental people in the US were on an interview while they're sitting at home, and kids were suddenly running around everywhere and wanting something. So this can't be a form of work, of efficient work for future. So I'm very skeptical about a large scope of possible remote working. The other thing that I want to add is, we have to rethink how we live and how we are consuming. And we already see that this rethinking process did start. What people learned by force was, during the 2 months of curfew or lockdown, was that, well, I did not buy a new pair of shoes since 2 months and I didn't die, so I don't need it. The people start questioning themselves. Are my consumption behaviors appropriate? Did I buy those things that I needed, or just for the sake of spending time and favor for a moment? And I believe that thus this crisis, despite the direct effects, will have indirect effects in the way that consumption will not come back to the old level, but will remain below that. Nobody knows how much below this, 5%, 10%, 20%. People will more focus on buying essential things. And it's interesting to see the research results from America. Even the wealthiest group of population cut their unnecessary shopping by 25%. So those people who have no money problems and who are not financially affected by the crisis, 25% of those people, they stop buying unessential things. So we will have to, if we want to think into the future, and if we want to understand what shall we do after all this virus problem is handled and settled, we will have to take into consideration such things as well. And this will also bring up environmental questions. For a European, for example, do I have to eat strawberries in the middle of the winter, coming by plane from Chile or from South Africa? Thank you very much.
Yeah, so who's there? So I thank Stefan.
Himanshu, can you mute Antonio?
Yeah. Thank you, Stephen, for your nice thoughts and words. Now I'll introduce our next speaker, who comes from Israel, Mr. Tal Katan. Katan is Accelerators Guru and international keynote speaker, and he is a startup ecosystem builder. He's a very renowned speaker and a career monitor. Tal did a very nice video for us. Thank you, Tal, for that, for the same. It was really very nice and inspiring. So now I invite Tal to continue with his speech.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's 20 past 10 in the morning here in Israel. And actually, we're in the midst of a holiday, the holiday that
Sandro,
celebrates...
buongiorno. Sono in quel webinar con l'India, con gli industriali indiani.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I think you need to mute some of
Please
the
continue.
people. Yeah. So I'm happy to be here, and I've been listening for the last few minutes, and well, I hear different thoughts, and I really welcome this kind of a forum and exchange of opinions, which I think is very important. India, for me, as I said, and I wrote, India is very important to me personally and to Israelis. We enjoy, and we're privileged to enjoy, the warm embrace of Modi ji and the entire Indian people. It is not, something that we take lightly for such a huge nation to like a country which is, I think, in about the population of Bangalore. Nevertheless, I think relations are very good, and I've been keeping close contact with many of my friends in India, and it was a kind of a comparison, what's going on with you and what's going on with us, and just to say that, well, it is part of what we see right now. Is we are in a trial and error kind of a situation. No one really knows where this is going. No one really knows second wave, third wave, it will be this or that, but life goes on. That's the essence of things. And we see many nations are not coming back to normal. First of all, I think Corona is the big equalizer, meaning it like rebooted the entire nation, the entire humanity. It didn't matter if you're rich or poor. It didn't matter if you have a private jet or not. You can fly anywhere. It doesn't matter if you drive a Ferrari or I don't know, Maruti. I don't know if that's a brand that you know, but it doesn't really matter what you have. We are in a split of a second became equal to everyone. We were under lockdown. We didn't have where to go. And I think this is a point that the world would for sure remember. I'm sure a lot of Hollywood and Bollywood movies will be around this black swan that we have all encountered. And but again, things go back to normal. Thank God for all of us is that Corona was here for relatively a short time. It didn't imprint too many on our behavior. What I mean is that, come on, enough with the elbow shakes. We're already shaking like normal people. It's because that's it. We will hug again and we will kiss again. It's because we are, as people, are a social animal, and we don't go for this. We need the embrace. We saw it when we were under lockdown without reach to our parents and grandparents. It was very difficult. And the difficulty was the distancing. this I think will go back to normal very, very quickly. In Israel, I can say that after 90 days of lockdown, severe, less severe, we are back to normal from Sunday. Normal is everything is open. School, restaurants are now opening fully. Malls, we're free to go wherever we want. And this was a big surprise for me. I don't know how many of you work with Israelis, but the one thing you can tell the Israelis is what to do. No one tells us what to do, including our government. But well, it really worked. I think it worked for the best for us, is that we listened to the government, we listened to the instructions, almost all of us. And I think we came into Corona quite prepared. It was not a shock, okay? And we started quite early. I mean, and kind of end of February, we're already preparing for Corona. The fact that we have only one international airport, we shut it down, that's it. The country is closed. So no one coming in and out, uncontrolled. Relatively young age of the population helped. As we see, less than 10% of people dying in Israel out of the total of, I think, 280 currently. That's the total number of dead in Israel. It's because it was less than 60 years of age. So mostly average age of people that were deceased is 82. So that, I think, also really helped. And I think it's the modern health system. Now, health system had problems all over the world. We are very aware of this. I think, again, with us, about 1.5% of the infected people that were tested died. I don't think it's too low. It's like close to the average. Cyprus is here in Greece to say they did even better than us. But generally, this is where it is. Good news is that Israel is also, I think, with the US and maybe other countries, is leading towards a vaccine. We've been working tirelessly about it, and I think we're close to something. Of course, it will not be ready for this year, but I think for the next year. We see a lot of technology development around robotics. Because of social distancing, robots are now in big time. And this will not go back. This will always only go forward, including drones. All of a sudden, drones are bringing things left and right. Robots are speaking to people. They're now standing between us. This will for sure enhance. We see some military technologies turn into civil. This is something that we do here daily, and also picking up. Now we have an artificial nose. It could come into a room and detect hours after an infected person was in the room. It can detect that there was an infected person actually in the room and alert. I think like all of the nations, the reason that we went to back to normality was actually the economy. Businesses cannot suffer the situation anymore. It's severe all over the world. Same as in Israel. Unemployment is skyrocketing. This is like with everyone. Sadly, we know that about 20% of people will not be returning to their old past jobs. They will have to look somewhere else. And for sure, I estimate 15% of wage will go down. Salaries will definitely go down. This is employers' time. Employers say, you don't want my salary, go somewhere else. This is how it's gonna be. And well, same since I come from the startup ecosystem. I will share with you just quickly a few details in a second. I don't know. I'm asking people all over the world when I speak, because I do webinar every second day, okay? I'm like all over the world webinaring, telling people some tips on, you know, to encourage them, not to leave them in despair. It's the fact that we really work much harder from home. I don't know how you feel it, guys, but we work harder from home. So if I'm an employer, I don't want you back in the office. Stay at home, work hard. Don't come to the office. Waste time driving, finding parking, taking the elevator, preparing coffee, whatever. It was wasted time. All of a sudden, I find myself zoom, 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 zoom. I sit in front of my kitchen. I don't visit the kitchen anymore. I don't have time to take
cuts down a lot of mundane jobs. Yeah, certainly.
I think it's gone crazy. Too crazy. So we hear Twitter saying, hey, no more offices. Now we see the domino effect. First of all, maybe good thing is that all the office buildings now will turn to living buildings. We will live in the buildings. They will readjust them. It will not be offices anymore, which is good. It will reduce the prices of apartments. If you want to buy a 2-bedroom apartment or 3-bedroom apartment in Tel Aviv, say buy to $1 million. Who can afford this? It's crazy. Now we have a lot of office buildings. I think that will have an effect. But again, when we're not coming to office, maybe the office space will be smaller. The restaurant downstairs will be. It will have a domino effect. We see that if we look at the total loss currently, I think we're nearing worried when we speak about working places, travel tech, flights, hotels, and all this. $250 billion is estimated currently, and I think it will grow. But this is what it is. I mean, we need to adjust. Right. Come on, that's
a new normal.
Life.
It seems, right? It's a completely new normal. Things will change completely.
Yeah. I think this is here to stay. This is to stay. We will be working from home. It will not stay because you work from home. Period.
On this note, maybe I'll like to open some questions from attendees, guys. Anyone, if you have any questions, please feel free. We have next 3 minutes.
Yeah. So if you, I just want to finish. If sure, it's okay, just to speak about the startup ecosystem. Israeli startups. I wouldn't say it started February. I will take it from December. But the major part of Corona, Israeli startups raised over $900 million. So life is as usual. If I'm a startup, well, my life is survival mode, very unclear, nothing certain. But if I'm a startup, I'm saying to humanity, welcome to my life, because this was Corona for the entire world. This is the day-to-day for a startup. Nothing really changed for us, okay? So startup life continuing on. That's why, number one, we continue raising money. And as you heard, Intel acquired Movit to $1 billion. So we even did exits during this time. So yes, it's about people. It's about people. You want to dwell, you want to say how difficult it is, stay there, you're not going anywhere. This is time to be agile, to pivot, to twist quickly, to see the opportunity coming. And for sure, Corona gave us tons of opportunities that I speak about. Maybe in a different session, I will do that as well. So
no, you summarized it really well by saying that, you know, it is the rebooting time for the entire humanity.
So myself, Roshan, again, Ross, go by Ross, you know, I represent EAI. I've been there from almost 1.5 years, 2 years. We have been trying to help startups locally and globally. Right? That's how we have been working on. So the next speaker is Naveen. I'd like to introduce him. He's from USA, and he's a CEO of Entry India. He's located in New Jersey, and he's alumni of George Washington University. And he has been a very active speaker in many international forums, and he loves to work out with startups. So over to you, Naveen. Looking forward for your feedback and points about COVID and post-COVID. Naveen, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Sure.
And how do I switch on the camera part? I don't know.
I was going to ask. Okay, so in the bottom of your Zoom app on the left side, the second button from the top, from bottom left, second button.
It says that you cannot start your video because the host has started.
Okay, so I think Himanshu, can you do the needful, please?
Yeah, I sent him.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah.
Can you try again?
Yes, I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, Naveen, you are audible.
Oh, yes, wonderful.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thanks for coming up. It's so late at night, and you know.
No, not late at night. Actually, I am in Delhi. I got stuck 2 days before my flight. The lockdown was announced, and I am in Delhi ever since.
Oh God, I feel you. I know a lot of people have been stranded, and they're trying to get home. So thanks for showing up. You know, I'm looking forward to hear from you.
Sure. My pleasure. First of all, my hello to everyone who has joined us from different parts of the world, and of course, the host country, India, where I'm an Indian, but I left India a long time back, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Shashi. Thank you for inviting me over for these wonderful sessions, and I'm listening to all the experts, and it's phenomenal. Every experience is counting on adding value to my kitty here. So I want to wish all of you listening to this call the best of health and a very healthy life. We have reserved our spot in the history of the world. In future, it will be once upon a time on planet Earth. Whether we are here or on Mars. So next 10 minutes, given to me for my talk, I'm just going to set up a premise real fast with some thoughts I have. My idea is here is to show you the direction, or you may call it technology to catch a fish, and fish is basically a deal. If I were to represent whatever is happening, the challenges in numbers, the list will be so long that it will take a while and the call will end. So I'm just going to begin with just a few numbers, which is my logical way of reaching to the core theme of this event. And I'm going to start with the numbers from the US. That's where I am coming from. Just a day back, 365,000 people world over are succumbed to the coronavirus, and 100,000 are in US. 28.6% of all the deaths around the world. 40 million people unemployed in US, and that's the data till today. And at the same time, 2 days back, McKinsey survey shows that there is a palpable desire to spend and shop. Consumers are less anxious and depressed. Business executives are a bit more optimistic this month than last month. And global B2B players' confidence is high. Now you look at Dow Jones, it was 18,200 roughly in March, third week, 20th, 21st of March around. And it ended yesterday, in US, 24,400, that is 28% up. What does this number represent in a country where 40 million people filed for jobless claims? Something is not correct, maybe. Mass employment, historic collapse in GDP, and there's a V-shaped recovery in the big tech firms at least. So the pandemic has increased society's reliance on technology, and so tech is an opportunity, just to begin with. Now, why that Dow rose, in my personal belief, is the relief money going there somehow, finding its way into the stock market. We, as a human, sometimes my brain just runs wild. Maybe I'm like that, but I'll just share with you why is that. Look at the number of people suffering wherever in the world you can look at. And just a few days back, I was watching television. I saw a video clip where a 7-year-old kid was crying on the news channel here in India, saying that he hadn't eaten food in the last 3 days. Now, what should become the basis of my thoughts to call an opportunity a real opportunity? Real, when I say real, it means to me as if I should add some quality to the life. It's human life as opposed to a gold rush, like quick money. Just by saying this, I just wanted to unload myself a little bit, because we have to integrate quality of life as a part of the business model for the entrepreneur world. And that's why I'm coming from this perspective. So macro level view, how this crisis is impacting US-India ties. I just want to hit on that a little bit. I will, interestingly begin with the Chinese world, VG. I don't know what else is not made in China. Even this word itself is very interesting. VG, it signifies danger and opportunity together. It's put together. So danger, as I see, is protectionism, that countries want to take care of their own citizens. And that is understandable even for Prime Minister Modi or President Trump to look out for their citizens in their respective countries. So why would they not give opportunity or priority to their country? But then on the reverse side, what would this do? Make us compete for the same resources, whatever they are, as opposed to creating new ones together. We don't want the danger of creating trade barriers. At this point of time, when we need to expand our horizons, we need to share those resources and create better ones for the coming world, for the coming entrepreneurs. We should become economically resilient in our own countries, but working in tandem. There are synergies between US and India, of course, since I'm talking about US and India at this point of time. So we cannot diversify unless we open up our borders for business, and at the same time creating models that helps whosoever is at the disadvantage from that business deal. Looking at US, no matter what the outcome of the US election at the end of this year is going to be, but whosoever takes the office, whether it is President Trump or Biden, the US-India relationship will move strong. That is forgiven for whatever reasons. Some of the reasons are very strategic in nature. not based on the value system, I say, between US and India. I would not call only being a democratic as a value. Value by certain other parameters we saw earlier this year when there were some riots, and that brings those cracks, open up those up. But anyways, leaving those aside a little bit for now. So now look at, one story begin, and we can feed onto many others through that we just saw that how Indian companies, the pharma companies, are exporting drugs to US. 1 pill in every 3 generic pills is made in India, and 90% of the prescriptions filled in US are India made. Now, based on what I said earlier, together for creating resources and not competing for the same one, here is a very good example that a Bharat Biotech from Hyderabad, a company out of Hyderabad, partnered with an American company by the name Flugen and the University of Wisconsin to develop a coronavirus vaccine. Now, this is a tripod. Such cooperations are going to increase, but the main part here, you look into it, is that they brought a university as a part of the business model, and I love that. I love that. Do you know why the trust is there on India or Indians in US? Of course, there are Indian CEOs who have done very well, who are doing very well. They are top of the cream of Indian diaspora, but there is something very interesting. There can be many factors. I mean, I'm just listing out top 3, which comes to my mind is there is IP theft by the Chinese companies and investors in Silicon Valley and through other means. So that said, the top critical sectors that I just want to share with everyone here that US has identified with India to work with are 5G, AI, semiconductors, quantum computing, advanced telecom, autonomous vehicles, or biotech, cybersecurity. Now, the opportunities that exist not is for the Indian guys who wants to expand to US. Now, I'll give you a very, very good example, and I am pretty sure that Entrepreneur Association of India will love it. And there is a growing US-India ties through startups, and along these lines, US ISPF, US India Strategic Partnership Forum, had just started, when I mean just started, it's just a few days back, a Startup Connect. Some of the very top cream of the line Indian B2B startups are a part of this coalition, an excellent opportunity for Indian startups, especially in tech sector, to connect with the US startups. Of course, US ISPF works is a council, it's a forum, but essentially it does a lot of work towards working with the policymakers. So the idea going forward is that allow US to be, maybe one part maybe is to allow H-1B visas flourish as they were flourishing before. I remember when I got my H1 long time back, first time ever in 2000, 20 years back, what a market that was. And I think they raised the bar, they raised the minimum from 65,000 to 200,000. Being a master's, I had a privilege to be in the quota, which is kept for the masters. But today, there is a lot of challenge with the current administration. That said, now let me bring in another good example on when an Indian company is looking for opportunity in US. Let's take a food sector. Now, Rutgers University out of New Jersey, that's one example, but you can build on top of it, runs an excellent food innovation center that supports entrepreneurs and companies from concept to commercialization. All you need is to tap into those resources and find companies who may have a very unique product for the Indian market, or they want to partner with an entrepreneur here and commercialize in US. So that's an opportunity for the companies here and also the companies in US. Remember, shared resources. So what I may suggest here is that Goldman Sachs, for example, predicted that the US economy could shrink by 24% in the second quarter of 2020. I'm not saying that, this is Goldman Sachs report. Now, what does this mean? There may be companies in US who are not doing good, who are going down. Identify them, create a win-win model, win-win, 1 and 1, not 2 win, not for them, not for you, and create joint ventures with them. And that's a model I would love companies here in India to pursue, and also in US. And as a matter of fact, I have requests from Indian companies who are looking for, who are saying they are going to fund, they're going to give them space, they mean Indian companies and everything given, only they want the companies to come here and technology partner and expand the business. And that's a great proposition.
Great points, Naveen. Thanks for your feedback and thanks for enlightening us between India and US about H1B and a lot more. And I completely agree. Time is tough. There are a lot more candidates on H1. Things are getting challenging, but still that brings a lot of business to both the countries. I would like to move on to the next speaker, Mr. Hussain Ali Mohammed. He's from UAE, and he's the CEO of Sahaja Research Technology and Innovation Park. He's alumni of Harvard Business School from Boston, and he's pretty active at Massachusetts MIT Technology as well. Over to you, Hussain. Looking forward for your input on COVID and post-COVID.
Thank you, Ross, and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening.
Good morning.
Depends where you
very global, very global.
I'd like to thank the association for inviting me to be part of this number of speakers. And I think my colleagues covered pretty much really everything. But if I talk about the scenarios, we've conducted a scenario session in Sharjah Research and Technology Park, sometimes toward the end of December last year, when we really heard about this COVID-19 in the beginning. And we looked at different options. We looked at anticipated future for this problem. We looked at alternative future, and we looked at the unexpected future. Of course, this is was a full day exercise, which we, as an organization, it's very important for us to conduct, and it's a part of our duty to involve the various stakeholders of ours to be engaged in a discussion, a strategic conversation around this issue. So back to Naveen's point, we had this triple helix approach to it. So we invited academia, we invited government, and we invited the private sector and public. And the whole idea was to develop or come through a scenario that will at least show us how the world will look like and what we anticipate for the future. I must say, we did anticipate most of what is happening at the moment, and even, frankly, in the future, worse than what we already have. There is something funny happening on my screen. Okay.
You're good.
Can you see me?
Yeah, you can see you fine.
So from a scenario and business, I think there is a logic discussion happening that whatever drugs we will have for this coronavirus, it will only be ready by next year. And because of that, the businesses, to go back to usual, will have to wait until then. So between now and then, we will have to be, as government, as private sector, as academia, creative on how we discuss this. So from a business scenario, I think that's a benchmark we are working against. To go back to normal life, we will have to have a drug, proven drugs. And according to research institutions and government and thought leaders, everybody kind of saying that these drugs will only be ready by next year. So between now and then, we will have first wave, second wave, and that will continue and influencing how we conduct business and what we do. Now we go to the second point about cross-border trade. Of course, trade's been influenced significantly with this issue, but there are some countries did better than others for different reasons. Some countries have better infrastructure, have better relationship, and has better connectivity. If I take the example of UAE and India, for example, I think we did better than any other places because the connectivity between the UAE and India has always been very strong in terms of transport, in terms of air transport, and also in terms of political relationship and trade and commerce. So the cross-border trade, I think it's going to be influenced, it's already influenced, and this, of course, took us to our third point about sustainability and national security, and countries starting to raise the flag. If I go to back to the scenario, the flag aspect, where every country is saying now, oh my God, we are importing everything from China or elsewhere. Now we have to create our own industries. And I think this is very legitimate. And I think every country has the right to do that. But while we think about that, we have to believe that we are a very small global village, and everybody works with everyone. So while this is a hot topic, I think people believes in trade, including people like President Trump. He's a big trade person. However, I think what people are saying is we need to make sure that we are secure from a national point of view. So in the UAE, if I talk about the UAE, this corona have really waken us up for few industry, for example. The country now is saying, from food security point of view, we have to invest more in agriculture technology. And we already seen only last month, Abu Dhabi government investing $100 million in 4 startups to promoting agriculture technology. We at the Sharjah Research and Technology Park, also we have our own agriculture technology developed with an Indian company, for example. So the agriculture technology is something that will grow. Is a desert. We cannot grow anything without embedding and promoting agriculture technology. So that's number one. When it comes to health, that's another industry that's going to flourish, I believe. Again, for the purpose of national security. More investment will go into this field, along with anything that has to do with digitization. So the technology of artificial intelligence, the technology of diagnostic robotics, the technology of telecom, these are things that are going to grow, and I think will be promoted more and be invested. I go now to the possible solution and strategy. I think, like the previous speaker alluded, I think this COVID-19 created some sort of a challenge in us as human beings, that we cannot be beaten by a virus. So wherever you go, people are taking proactive steps to develop their businesses, to grow, to create new opportunities, to connect with people who they don't know, like today, for example, to use technology to become more efficient and more connected and more productive. I think the solution, I think, in being more connected to each other and in developing new type of alliances, especially when it comes to smaller and medium enterprises. What is a problem in India, it could be an opportunity in Dubai. And what is the problem in Sharjah or UAE, it could be an opportunity in India. So we have, I think, to conduct more sessions like this to basically bridge our brains and see where is the connection. You know, despite what's happening, and as your previous speakers, really, some countries, and probably most of them are doing, you know, especially when it comes to entrepreneurship and innovation, they are doing well. In my case, I raised around $80 million last year in technology. So, and this will continue, and I can, because the Sharjah Research and Technology Park is a platform to promote next generation technology in healthcare, in additive manufacturing, in artificial intelligence, in virtual reality, augmented reality. These are the technology of the future. So it's only natural that people come and invest. So my last point will be about emerging business. I think I already mentioned, and my friends earlier, Naveen and other, already touched on emerging technologies like the AI, like the digitization, like the telemed, like others. These, I think, are growing industries, and I think are the opportunities where I think startups and others should invest and should look at. And this is what we are doing. I think I pretty much finished my 7 minutes. And
Great.
I'm
Yeah.
going to stop here, and if there's any question.
Yeah, thanks for concluding on terms of health cloud, digitalization, how country matters, how relationship matter, how we can work together. Great inputs. Thank you for your information. I'd like to pass on to Abhishek or Rohit.
Hey, Rosh, I know that maybe his time is very precious and he may have to go. So I just want to throw a quick question on you, sir. That you might have, India government has announced several projects, several ease of doing business, and also several sectors are now opened. I mean, few weeks back, wherein even the foreign investments are allowed in some protected sector, even example, defense, coal, mining. So what is your thought on from the investment side, UAE, India?
I think the investment side and the relationship between UAE and India is very strong. It's a historic relationship, and I think there are a lot of sovereign investment from the UAE government in India's various sectors. I think this will only grow. India is a growing opportunity and a growing economy, and the UAE is the same. And frankly, we have a competitive advantage over many other countries because our cultures are the same, pretty much. We have strong history between us and the geography. So from that perspective, I think this will only grow in the future as we go.
Right, right. Great inputs. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Hussain, for such a great remarks. And now we'll be moving towards our next speaker, and he's Dr. Christoph Stepp, and he's based off Germany. And let me talk about him, what he's doing. So Dr. Stepp is a CEO and a co-founder of Mitra, and he's based on Berlin. This firm is based on Berlin, and he stayed in India as well. So he's having a good relation with India for some time and having a sharp insight on Indo-German business scenario. So let's move to Dr. Stepp. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here. It's great to see.
Sorry, we cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me? Have you, is the audio?
No, your voice is coming.
Your voice coming now. It's coming now.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's there now.
So
Okay,
thanks for the opportunity to speak here. It's a great forum. Many people from different countries. It was interesting to listen. I couldn't listen to all of the presentations, but the ones I heard were like a good overview of what's happening in the world right now. So I'm glad to be part of this. I'll give you my brief insights or my opinion about Germany and Indo-German collaboration. Well, what I'm observing is that I think Germany is rather doing well in comparison to other countries in the world regarding like the numbers of infections, the death rate, and so on. So in that sense, also the lockdown restrictions were not as severe as, for example, in India. So in that sense, I think Germany is doing okay. Right now, all the reopening is discussed. What is important to understand about Germany is that it's a federal system just like India. So every single state within Germany has its own government, and they decide about the particular rules and regulations. So if anybody wants to come here for either studying, working, business, you should always also check what the particular regulations in the state are, not only regarding Corona, but in general. It's always advisable to not only look on the federal level, but also on the state level, what's going on, what opportunities there are. Well, what I can also see is that the economy is really has been slowing down over the last 2-3 months. It's now slowly picking up, but I think it's quite uncertain what the future will bring, as in all the other countries. I'm quite curious to see how things will develop, how our work life, so to say, will develop. In Germany, they are right now discussing a right for a home office, so that everybody who can actually work in home office also has the right to work from home. So they are thinking about introducing this law from September onwards. It's not through yet, but as you can see, that the whole mindset is changing right now. Germany has been an office culture, so to say, where you actually work at your employer's workspace for a long time, and now they were very reluctantly changing that. But now with Corona, all these big changes are happening very quickly, and I think that's also the big opportunity, I would say, also in the Indo-German collaboration. So I mean, I've been working together with India for a long time, for many years. So I've worked in Pune and was director of the DAAD Information Center there. DAAD is academic exchange service from Germany, and so I'm also very interested in the opportunities for students in studying in Germany, or research collaborations and so on. And from there, I founded Mitra, and we try to support Indo-German project management in both directions. So we support anybody who is going to India from Germany, or the other way around. And well, the potential I see in the Indo-German collaboration is that now with all these changes through Corona, but even before that, there was a high demand on digitalization in Germany, and for that you need people implementing that. So there's a lack of qualified people in many different digital areas, so to say, also in engineering, also in natural sciences, and I think that will not change, or has not changed with Corona. I think it's rather that the demand is even higher, because now you are the changes, these disrupting things going on right now will even drive digitalization in Germany further. And that's the potential I see for all, like individuals interested in Germany, or entrepreneurs interested in Germany. I think if you are interested in studying, go for a degree in Germany. It's a great opportunity to enter the job market afterwards. If you're working in these STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and so on. Medicine now, like healthcare sector, is a huge thing, of course, because of Corona. That's I think it's normally easier to go this first step through a German education institution instead of applying directly to the German job market, because it's always more difficult for an employer regarding visa and so on to take on somebody who's coming in from abroad, especially if you're like a fresher from university. It will be difficult for you, I guess, if you're directly applying to Germany for jobs. Then if you're a job seeker, if you have a few years of experience in the fields that are relevant right now, everything regarding like web development, big data, and so on. I think that's in high demand in Germany, and I think it will be even more demand for that. And finally, for entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, I would say, or even established, like big companies, big players, there are quite some Indian companies in Germany right now, like the big players like Tech Mahindra, Wipro, Infosys, and so on. But even for smaller ones, like taking through IT projects, digitalization, data infrastructure, and so on. I think the whole aspect of offshoring, remote work, and so on, having projects managed abroad, I think that will be, somehow, like, on the one hand, it will be more in demand because it's cheaper to not fly in people and employ them in your country. But then on the other hand, As you can see, like the infrastructure with Corona is changing in the sense of like the critical infrastructure. Countries are drawing back to their localities, so to say. So in that sense, I would say it depends on the sector. If the industry is still interested in outsourcing, offshoring things. But in general, I would say that the demand is there. So, and that's maybe also the opportunity for companies that is out there. Yeah, and I mean, how can I help? How can I support my company? Mitra, as I said, has been active in project management in both directions. But what we see right now, we are more and more focusing on helping internationals, not only from India, but with a special focus on India, to be active in Germany. So the inflow, so to say, is for us the bigger task and the growing task what we want to focus on in the future. And we do all kinds of things. We do individual counseling, we do consulting work, we have online like free webinars on the German job market. We have a lot of YouTube videos on studying, living, working in Germany, doing business in Germany. So that is like expanding. And if you're interested in that, in Germany as a market, as a higher education place, as a workplace, I think it's worth it having a look at our social media channels. Our website is www.mitra.de. I'll just post it in the chat. But then we have like YouTube channel and so on and so on. So that is something, you just have a look at if there's something helpful in there for you, because the 7 minutes I have here are not enough to cover all the topics, but maybe we can answer a few questions now.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Christoph, for such a great remarks. And you talked really about the youth, about the future job, about the data, about the possibilities in the Germany. So now I would open the forum, and I would ask for the questions if someone want to ask any specific question from Dr. Christoph.
Rohit,
yeah.
I would like to intervene. Let's have our next speaker, and and then we can have the question answer round.
Yeah,
so,
I think that will be better.
Okay, no worries. So, Dr. Christoph will come again to you if we'll be having a good question. And now let's move to our next speaker. He's also from Germany, and let's see what his thoughts and what he wants to say. Mr.
No,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Julian is not well. And
Rohit,
so
I'll take this further from here. Hello,
I'm
everyone.
sorry.
My name is Sandeep Singh. I'm one of the board member and director of Entrepreneur Association of India. Let's welcome Mr. Sanjeev Kumar. Mr. Sanjeev Kumar works as a Chief Executive Officer, Delamore Group. He is a recipient of Southeast Asia Young Achievers Award, a serial entrepreneur and market seasonal professional, expert in advisory and consulting, and also expert in corporate management and technical analysis. Mr. Kumar currently handling business activities in more than 30 countries. It's my privilege to welcome Mr. Kumar. Good morning, sir.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you pretty well.
Good morning. Perfect. Yeah, thanks for inviting me. So I really appreciate the effort. Let me see how I can contribute and add value. So look, what I want to do is share what we have learned as an entrepreneur, starting from where, journey began to where we are. Look, because this is an entrepreneur event, so I would like to address some of these, some of the hurdles that most entrepreneurs will face. When you're doing business, there has to be some basic understanding if you really understand your business. So, if you understand your business, you need to understand that the only guarantee you have whenever you're doing a business is your losses. So if you can figure out where your losses are going to come from, you would have at least a very good idea of how to run that business. The second thing is, the second principle, the second understanding, which should be given to most entrepreneurs, that no matter how you are doing today, there will come a time that where you'll go through a bad business cycle. And what you decide during that bad business cycle will decide your future. So you will have to be prepared all the time to be ready to ride that bad business cycle. That's the second thing. So how do you ride that bad business cycle? Making sure you are looking long-term, 3-year, 4-year, 5-year, 10-year in the future. Making sure you have an evolutionary business model. You understand that your business model should be forward-looking at all times. And making sure you understand that you can extend the life of your business continuously, because you will have to work on that continuously. So it has to be an evolutionary journey. So these are basic understanding of an entrepreneur. And I wanted to share it with fellow entrepreneurs who want to hear maybe an idea or an experience, I would say, from somebody who has been an entrepreneur for a while. Now, look, you can factor in a lot of things. You can be trained to understand a lot of processes, and processes will keep your business safe, will keep you safe, will keep you profitable. But sometimes you just know that there are too many known unknowns. And one of that situation is the COVID-19 pandemic. So what happens then is most of the businesses are struggling today because they couldn't factor this pandemic. You know, some of the businesses in the West, some of the businesses in India specifically also, even if this started in China, people never thought that this could be a global pandemic. And people didn't really then think it through, that how will I react and how will I position myself through this pandemic? So what has happened is nobody was prepared. So it's first panic mode. The immediate go-to action is panic. Then what you do is you learn, you adapt, and now you understand that, okay, this is all about survival. As a business, I need to learn to survive. And with surviving also comes opportunity, right? So you're looking at specific markets like India, you have local innovation. So you're seeing local innovation driving economic growth going forward. You have a kind of understanding that, look, the world is global, but we also need local businesses, especially when you are going around and looking to buy your grocery. Here, specifically speaking, in these type of circumstances, you realize the real benefit of local businesses. If local businesses are there, you will get services. So global businesses have done their part, but local businesses have kind of reestablished their credentials and reestablished their need, that they need to be in the market, and there is a space for them. Now, understanding understanding a basic principle that, look, this is a situation which is a very complex situation. We understand that. But necessity is the mother of invention also. And I'll give you a simple example. From being desperate for PPE in a country like India, now as I understand, India is the second largest exporter of PPE. So again, you know, there is that opportunity also where a lot of the companies have transformed themselves and are focusing on creating PPE kits, etc., and exporting them to the market. You know, you'll have some companies who will not survive, even though there is a lot of stimulus going in from the government, etc. A lot of the companies will simply not survive because, first of all, they were already struggling with their bad business model. Second, they couldn't adapt, they couldn't learn. You know, processes are fine. People can teach you processes, but when you're dealing with a crisis like this global pandemic, it's something new. You have not been trained to do what you need to do. So you don't have a go-to reference manual. So you have to learn on your feet. And that's where businesses will collapse. We are in, you know, learning mode, adapting mode. But the good thing here is, imagine if this crisis was to happen in 1980s or early 90s. We won't be able to do this call, for example. We won't have a Zoom. We won't have the video conferencing facility. So you can today, with the help of technology, work from home. So the economic damage, if the pandemic was in early 90s, will be much greater, and the human cost will be much greater. So all of this needs to be factored in. If you're looking at, okay, what is there a roadmap from here? Definitely there is a roadmap, but I shouldn't be the one telling you what is your roadmap as an entrepreneur. You will have to figure out what your roadmap is, where do you want to be, and what the opportunities are. The opportunities are obviously in the healthcare business. There, everybody will end up doing bits and pieces of healthcare. The government will have to start prioritizing healthcare. So there'll have to be a whole of the government approach. Ministry of Defense should start allocating a bit of their budget to public healthcare. All of the government agencies should start putting money into healthcare, because we understand without people there is absolutely no economy. It's people who matter, and it's people-centric policy that we would need to see from policymakers. Now coming back to emerging market, now coming back to India specifically, policymakers in India also need to look forward. They need to make policies that are 5 years ahead, 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead, and they need to look at this as an opportunity to carry out a series of structural reform, because there is a lot of potential in the economy. What you need to do is make the economy more efficient, allow a young from anywhere in India to be able to access capital. Problem is, access to capital is still difficult for an SME in India. It's very dependent on bank financing. So now our role, what we are doing as we speak, what we are doing for the Indian market. I mean, we see opportunities. We see that there is a need for a robust secondary market where we can help the financial institution as well as the SMEs or MSMEs, as they're called in India, to be able to access capital. And not just them, financial institution to be able to exit their investment, whether they are non-banking financial institution, whether they are VCs, whether they're micro VCs, whether they're financial institution or traditional banks. You need deeper liquidity pool. So that's what we are building with our banking partners in India. That's one. The second thing that we are focusing on in India is also the equity. So what we're trying to do is make the value chain a bit shorter. So, between consumer and the farmer, there is the intermediation route is as short as possible. So there is value from both sides. The farmers and the end consumers can take that value. So we can support that farming community, we can support the sector, we can support the industry. Then we are focusing also on the SMEs to make sure that we have solutions, we have products which will drive their costs down significantly, because every penny has to be earned. That's what I was discussing yesterday with Abhishek on WhatsApp, that this is a time where if you as an entrepreneur want to start something, you have to start something which is not going to be a dead weight for a business. So you need to innovate something that is relevant and it will show the benefit. So every penny has to be earned in literal sense of the word. And we are working on that. So we are hoping that we'll be able to deliver all of that to the market in India, to make sure that we as an enabler are there supporting the businesses, supporting the banks, supporting the regional banks, etc., to make sure they are able to remotely serve their customers, they are able to reduce their costs significantly. So that's more or less the approach that we have. I feel that there will be a recovery. That's a given. That's not an issue at all. Whether it's a V-shaped recovery or a U-shaped recovery, that's not relevant for an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur needs to position themselves based on the market reality, the real economic, not where the Wall Street is. And I think this is where the problem is increased disconnect between the Wall Street and the main. So you have a high unemployment situation already, but you have a rising stock index, rising stock market, etc. But as an entrepreneur, I don't want us to focus on that. The market, the Main Street, is where we want to operate. Wall Street is where money managers will need to operate. They need to allocate capital there. There will still be a lot of misallocation of capital. The only problem I have with that is if that capital was to be allocated in real economy, we will see a quick recovery, but a lot of that will create financial inflation in financial asset. And that kind of distorts the real picture of the real economy and where the markets will be. So we don't know what will happen. There will be some changes in the economy. I see the airline industry will have to adapt to the new reality. As somebody was mentioning, look, commercial real estate business will change. Companies will realize that, look, working from home is no longer a taboo. So some of the companies will be okay with asking their employees to work from home. And cost is going to be very, very important. And most of the business are in the survival mode, and they're making sure that every cent is saved if they can. And that's where the priority is. Now, this is what I wanted to share. I'll be happy to take any questions, specific questions that anybody has. So I think it's already 9:20 in London, and I will leave it to others if there are other speakers or if there are other people who want to contribute. So thank you very much again for the opportunity, and happy to take any questions if anybody has any specific questions.
Sure. So while maybe everybody can take maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 seconds, think about the questions. We have few panelists waiting for your questions to answer and help you go through this tough time and get enable things, right? Can we do a quick screenshot with a smiley face? We all have been there. We all have done it, right? Let's come strong. Let's smile. Let's make it happen, right? Let's try it. A lot of you have been there, right? It's 3-4 hours of lot of good information, which everyone will enjoy, and definitely everybody have made some connections and will like to take this forward, right? So take 5-10 seconds, figure out your camera, smile. You all look so smart. You all have really cool. So we have a few more people. Christopher, you there? Sachin, Hussain, Gaurav, Antonio. All right, we have more people coming in this time. Okay, good. We'll wait for a few more seconds.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Himanshu or the panelists, can we follow up on like Antonio, Gaurav, because they're on the call. So if we can, or Himanshu, can you turn on the videos for them if they're there?
Yeah, I have asked from all.
Okay. All right. I think that would be it. Okay. Many more coming. So we need 4 more people. I think everybody is there. All right. So what I'll do, I'll say 1, 2, 3 cheese, and we can smile. We'll try to click a screenshot. All right. So we need to tell the world, right, that we are doing it online. We are doing it first, right? Maybe people are figuring out what to do. What is Zoom? We should use the Zoom or not? We are using Zoom and we are getting global, right? So great. Okay. 1 more people, 2 more people is left. Antonio and Sarath. Okay. So maybe let's try one time, and then we'll try one more time. We'll try one more time. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Smiley, please. Yeah. Okay. Somebody told me how to do it. So like say it 1, 2, 3 times, and then you smile.
And I think that
more coming online. Okay. Good.
He came back.
All right. So I think we should do it one more time. All right. So 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay. Good enough. All right, so we'll open up for the question answer rounds, and if more people are coming online, we'll try to take some screenshots. So if you feel comfortable, let it be, right? Smile. You will be known to the world. We'll have some stories to tell to the world, right? What we learned and what we not, right? There's some positive, there's some negative things. To that, I can open up to Sasiji or Abhishek. Himanshu, please share your questions. Anyone else do as well.
I got a question from Mr. Lee. He's from US, and here in India, we have seen a lot of shift, and we call it as a migrant shift from one state, one geography to other geography. In this context, I'd like to ask you, is the business from US, India, vice versa. What is your views on that? Can you? We need to unmute him.
Okay. Yes, got it. Yes, from US to India, I will see the first wave coming will be the H-1B visa holders who lost their jobs. And I presume so that because they have tasted that part of the world, and many of them will look into starting their businesses. So that will be the first wave. And also, I have already started to see results on the portal where the residents there who may not be moving here, but they want to do some kind of a business. And very recently, I'm seeing the request for, let's say in pharma side, they want to set up a trading platform or some on the medical devices side, that they want to have certain products which they want to either trade with India, get source it from here, or they want to develop it here. Yes, so the answer to your question is yes.
May I?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Franco. Yes, let me congratulate both Professor Sanjeev and Professor Naveen from United States and from Europe, from some European country, I think Germany. I think healthcare of the population in the post-COVID era is the most important issue to make business. If we don't understand what is essential for the health of the population, including food, education, research, training of technical figures, both in the medical and non-medical field, open innovation, manufacture, agriculture. So if we don't connect our different areas of businesses with the healthcare issue, which will be the most important issue in the next years, I think we will not be able to understand the specificity and the needs of different markets, including European market, Central Asia market, and India, which is today a very important country to work with, not because just of the amount of the population, but because the potentiality of India in comparison to China. I've been working in China for 20 years, so I know the limitation of the China market. Let us open India to Europe, to United States, to United Kingdom, to Germany, and we will find a new way to pursue the development of these great kind of further development of this already developed country, which is India. But let us focus on healthcare. There are some very nice books, and I have some nice material on healthcare reform in India. I think it's the right time to be on the India side government to improve with the knowledge of national healthcare system in United Kingdom, with the missed Obama reform in United States, and with some very important healthcare reform, including our overview. And you have a nice model. I met some private hospitals from India and Italy, and I think the nice model you have is the mix of public and private hospital accredited to the states. This is a good model. I think it's a competitive model. It allows some competition, some nice and controlled competition between different actors, public and private hospitals. And we make, this is the clue. If we can provide ideas, technologies, training of personnel, related issue like food, like agriculture, like open innovation and manufacture 4.0, I think, and if we can work together as a panel of India, American, Italian, and European factory together, including in the offer we can make to India and to other countries, different products from different of us, from different industry we represent, and from different factory we represent. I agree. We will have. We don't have to have against us some political and diplomatic offices, both your embassy in Rome and our embassy in India. But I do believe we can do our work by ourselves.
Right.
And we will find the support of both embassies.
Sanjeev,
can I
will you
offer
like
something?
to add? Sure.
Sorry,
Can
I offer
go ahead.
something? Yeah.
Yes.
So first of all, what I would like to offer, since I do these conferences, these webinars endless, I would like in 3 hours we'll be on a cyber event in Romania. The amount of knowledge, experience, and capability in this group of almost 70 is endless. It's so big. Now look at the chat. Look at the international speakers all booming you with call me, which is especially me, yes? Call me. And you guys are not reacting. Guys, during Zoom, but the best thing you can do for yourself is to promote what you can offer and what you need. Not just look at the chat, okay? Be active, be proactive. This is the time to be agile. This is the time to get things moving. The rest of the world is like shocked right now. They don't know where to look, left and right. You know, and you get good advice.
To that call, I'll say definitely people will speak up. I mean, Indian people don't like to show up. They will reach out to you one-on-one. They will directly reach out to you on things. So I completely feel some people are shy and they are like so hesitant to speak and they think so many other things, right? So, but definitely they have taken the course. I'll tell you that.
Stop being shy. I know Indians very well. Stop being shy.
No, Mr. Tat. After a point, probably you'd be bombarded by questions from us. So today's the time to just know you, understand your insights. Yes, Mr.
So you
Sanjeev.
say the tsunami is on the way. Okay, good. I'm waiting.
Look, guys. One thing is, as I was saying, markets get created anyway. So if you are waiting, it's a wrong thing to do to wait for a flow of businesses or outflow of businesses from China and see if they will come to India. Most likely, most of them won't come to India. Some of them will come to India and they will be coming to India. They will make their own business decision. They have shareholders.
Right.
Money has no nationality, remember. Money has no nationality. So money has to make money. That's how it works. So what can an entrepreneur association do? This is a good start. You know, you have as Tal was saying, you have created an initiative. The conversation has to be ongoing. It's a huge market. Look, what people need to understand about India is a very layered economy. So every state is at a different maturity level in terms of their economic growth and where they are. So even if you are targeting, let's say, tier 2 states in India, etc., you will have a lot of growth. So you need to kind of make the global audience understand that this is a very, very attractive economy in a different way. Why? Because, you know, you can have an Africa type economy in India, you can have a Latin America type economy in India, and you can also have a Europe type economy in India, and you can also have a US type economy in India, and in the same country, because every state are at a different level. So as an entrepreneur association, what I would think you guys could do is keep the dialogue going and not focus on, okay, how many of the US companies will move to India from China, etc. That has a lot of political angle to it as well. You know, I don't think my shareholders will say, well, because you were born in India, let's go put a plant in India. It doesn't work like that. I have to make a business case that, look, this is the right time to be in the market. You know, I see sector-wise what I've focused on. We are already investing in the market in India. We are going into the financial tech infrastructure, building that as an enabler, because we think that's where that's needed in the agri-tech. And also, I'm forgetting the gentleman's name, so apologies for that. Are very interested about healthcare, because look, healthcare has to be at the forefront now. And this is a lesson for the world, that health is literally wealth, is no longer a cliche. So the focus should be, look, kind of creating more programs like that, where you bring in more local entrepreneurs And your bull partners could then talk to these people who are, help them with advice, help them with product, help them with connection, help them with networking. So I guess, there is a lot of, as the previous gentleman was saying, there is a lot of strength, there is a lot of experience. So the entrepreneurs in India locally can benefit from it. And there is an entrepreneur, there is a business, there is an SME somewhere in Europe, somewhere in Israel, somewhere in the US that is looking to do the connection. And you guys could be that network connection where, the businesses could connect with each other, interact with each other. And then you guys could then become a lobby group also to lobby the Ministry of Finance and the government agencies to make sure that there is a right policy making in place. Because sometimes I get shocked. The policy making is completely disconnected to the reality of what businesses need in India. So that's where you guys can play a very important role and say that, look, this is what the entrepreneurs are asking for. This is where the local entrepreneurs want us to be. This is where the global entrepreneurs want us to be. Because, just because of India, and don't take it the wrong way, people are not going to come in pouring money. People need to make sure that this is an attractive venture for them. So that's my take on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you so very much for your insightful session. And I think everybody got benefited from it. So my name is Manoj Atri, and I would just like to conclude this session by giving a word of thanks to everyone, every speaker who have joined us, Mr. Abhishek Saurav from USA, Mr. Stephen Liu from Taiwan, Mr. Sanjeev Sinha from Japan, Mr. Bill Carney from Switzerland, Mr. Adriel Young from Singapore, Mr. Garth Holloway from Australia, Mr. Franco from Italy, Mr. Syed Mudassir Rizvi from Oman, Mr. Russia, Mr. Antonio Lopez from Spain, Mr. Stephen Nolite from Cyprus, Mr. Yusuf Khalid Azhar, who couldn't be a part of it, but we still thank him, Mr. Tat Kantren from Israel, Mr. Naveen Pathak from USA, His Excellency Hussein Al Mahmoudi from UAE, Dr. Christoph Samt from Germany, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, who is right there in front of us. Thank you, Sanjeev, for your great session and great insightful thing all together for our entrepreneurs who are listening to us. Mr. Julian from Fronter, he could also not be the part of the session today. I also anticipate this session is going to be great, but I think it is a very, very good session from all of you. And I would like to congratulate the entire EAI team. I would like to congratulate each one of us who have joined this session, all the members, everyone, Shashiji, Abhishekji, Sandeep, Ross, Juhi, everyone. You have all done a fantastic job altogether, and we are looking forward for such sessions, very regularly. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much.
Before we end this session,
thank you so much, sir.
Excuse me, before we end the session, I had a question in my mind.
Okay.
Namaste to all the speakers, first of all. This summit has been very insightful for me. I'm a student and my name is Niti, and I study in Banaras Indian University. So my question to all the speakers was, how much time can it possibly take for the world economies to get back to the way they were before the pandemic happened? And what's the take of all the speakers on this? Like, can the world economy get back to the way they were before this pandemic? And how much time can it possibly take?
Let me help you answer that question yourself. I think you can answer that question yourself. Okay. So I want you to imagine that this is not a financial crisis. This is a war-like crisis, where, not physical damage to the infrastructure, but this is a real war-like crisis.
Okay.
So businesses, job losses are enormous. If you compare it to financial crisis today, the job losses are enormous. Businesses will fail. But central banks have the money, the magic money theory. So they printed a lot of money. That's fantastic. That's good. In terms of recovery, look, this is where I was saying there is a disconnect between where the market wants to go and where the real economy is. And we are entrepreneurs. We run a lot of businesses. So I can tell you every business is right now in survival mode. So when you are in the survival mode, you're not thinking about running a 100-meter sprint, not at all. So if you want to get into specific of it, I think, for me, I don't see any V-shaped recovery at all. Okay, we can discuss the U-shaped recovery and all of that. So this year, I am not expecting much to happen in the economy. People will need to survive, that's one. Second is next year onwards, I would see a lot more consolidation where companies who have managed to survive, they will have a bit more cash, so they will go and acquire more businesses, strategic. So there will be some kind of economic activity from that also. So I'm looking at more towards the second half, and I'm being optimistic, of 2021. But that's my assessment of it. And you can also, based on your common sense, apply that. Because look, traditional economic theory and the markets have kind of disconnected here. You would be looking at a 20% unemployment, 16% unemployment, and the market will be still high. Because markets have a different, they will say that, look, they're very forward-looking, etc. But the reality is there is a lot of capital that is getting allocated to the stock market. And that capital, I would hope, will come to the real economy. Whether it will come or not, we don't know. So if it comes, then there is a lot of capital available. So demand side also has to be factored in. The behavioral changes in the society has to be factored in. Do you want to go to the cafe or not? Do you want to hire a fancy office or not? So all of these changes are going to be permanent. So the supply chain adjustment has to happen. You cannot go on a Netflix and download a supply chain adjustment. It doesn't work like that. If you're moving factories from one place to other, it takes time. So all of that adjustment takes time. So that's the answer. And then you can make an assessment where you think the economy will be next year or later this year.
Thank you.
So I think with these words, we should conclude it. I again thank everybody, all speakers, all team from EAI side. I must tell that we might have not able to take questions from all the participants, and a few I can see that it's there in the chat box. I wish to inform that our email ID is connect, CONNECT @eaiindia.com. If any information you would like to have from our side, any question you have from any of the speakers, or any information that you need to pass it on, you kindly share it on this email ID, connect@eaiindia.com, and we'll share it to the respective speakers, and with a request that they can answer it to you directly. So with these words, I thank you again, everybody.
At the same time, I would just like to add one more thing, a request and a suggestion to everyone. Do visit EAI India website, that is www.eaiindia.com, and you can take membership there for joining us for in long term, and also you can donate us, because EAI is a completely not-for-profit organization registered under the Government of India with a certification of tax exemption by Income Tax Department, Government of India. Thank you.
Right. Thanks a lot, Asik. Yeah. Thank you,
everyone. Yeah. Thank you again. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to BA team, everybody at the EAI. Thank you so much for this lovely opportunity.
This is a great end of the week. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks for organizing this. Thank you.